It is 8:15. That was we provide a cigarette to Joe, Detective Sergeant Richardson, and Detective Sergeant Morris.
Parts of that are difficult to hear. Can you give just a quick summary of sort of what was discussed?
Yeah, so essentially, Joe and I were having a conversation about when my workday started, when I was scheduled to finish my shift, apologized to me. Joe was wearing a sweatshirt that I also have. We talked about that, the weather, and that's really it.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would seek to admit 131, which is the transcript of that conversation.
No objection. It's 131 is admitted without objection.
So after this conversation, did he go back to the holding cell?
Yes.
And did you eventually approach him again for additional questions?
Yes.
The jury has heard that recording. It appears that you asked most of the questions during that interaction.
Yes.
What was the primary purpose of that later interview?
To try to discern where Emily's belongings were. I think there was a question about. Some shoes, glasses, cell phone. We were trying to figure out where that stuff was.
Okay. And he had stated to you that he believed they were in a market. He'd thrown them out in a market basket, grocery bag.
Yes.
Sorry. And you said in the beginning, one of your first tasks was to go to the Langs to search that property, and you didn't locate Emily. Where was Emily ultimately located?
Inside the RV or van.
Okay. And was that on the Langs property?
At one point it was, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
You have some questions, Ms. Johnson?
I do, Your Honor.
Why don't we take them up at one? We'll take our lunch break. Again, please don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't try and find out any information about the case from any outside source. We'll see you at 1 o'clock to resume.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective Richardson.
Good afternoon.
I believe before lunch, when Ms. George was questioning you, she had asked you if you had recently reviewed or viewed the interview video.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, just making sure. So,
Yeah, I viewed the video that she was referencing, not the entire. Okay.
that's fine. I understand. Thank you. Do you recall at the beginning of the interview, Mr. Palazzo saying, "I haven't really eaten much and I've been up for days"?
Yes, I do.
And then he followed that up by saying, "My mind isn't right." Do you recall that?
I remember something to that effect, yes.
Okay. Did you or Detective Morris didn't inquire further as to what he meant by that, did you?
No.
You had no concerns at that point that he might not be able to provide an accurate account of what happened because he was saying at the outset, "My mind isn't right." Is that correct?
Yes.
That was a long question, sorry. And at various points during the interview, Mr. Filazzo stated that he was really tired, correct?
I don't know how many times he stated it, but yeah, I know that he stated at least once that he was tired.
Thank you. Do you recall about an hour into the interview, roughly, Mr. Filazzo said, "I'm just really tired. I don't know what day it is now. I'm not able to have a clear thought." Do you recall that?
Not specifically, no, I don't.
Okay. Would it help if I showed you the transcript to refresh your recollection?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you. Sorry.
Let's look at this A.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A, and I'm going to give you the page and the lines where that particular section is located. All right. show you. This is a transcript of the entire first segment.
The eyeglasses industry doesn't want you to know about this. There is a new pair of self-adjustable glasses out there that lets you achieve a perfect 20/20 vision at any distance, and it's completely shaking up the market. It's called Clearview Pro, and it's changing the game for anyone who thought they'd be stuck with blurry vision forever. So why is everyone talking about these glasses? And that's because it was designed by a team of optical experts who were just done with the nonsense. They saw how people were constantly being forced to shell out more money every time their prescription changed. If you're nearsighted and farsighted, you would be lugging around 2 pairs of glasses all the time. But these guys weren't having it. They went all in, and after months of testing and refining, they came up with something insane. Dual lens technology. It's this breakthrough system that lets you adjust each lens on your own. No doctor, no prescription. Just twist the dial and boom, crystal clear vision. And get this, it's got a diopter range from -6 to +3, which means it works for almost everyone, no matter how your vision shifts over time. Whether you're reading up close, driving at night, or spotting something way in the distance, it's all there. You're in control. And the best part, no prescriptions, no endless doctor visits, just perfect vision. Anywhere, anytime. But here's what's crazy. Why haven't you heard about this until now? Because the traditional eyeglasses industry doesn't want you to. Let's be real, they're making billions selling you overpriced lenses, pushing upgrades every couple of years. Clearview Pro flips the script. It takes all that power away from them and puts it right in your hands. These glasses aren't just functional, they're built to last. Made with impact-resistant lenses, a flexible frame, and adjustable nose pads, they're designed to handle whatever life throws at you. You can wear it while working, driving, reading, playing sports. It just works, no matter your lifestyle. People who've bought these are saying they won't go back to regular glasses ever again. And now Clearview Pro is giving everyone a way to grab these for half the price. That's right, 50% off if you order today, but here's the catch. Clearview Pro has gone viral, and stock is running out fast. Some are even saying it might face restrictions soon because it's disrupting the optical industry too much. Right now, though, you still have a chance to try them for yourself. They're offering 50% off for a limited time. And check this out. They've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. That means you can try them out risk-free. If you don't love them, you get your money back, no questions asked. So here's the deal. It's time to stop letting poor vision hold you back. Click the button below or scan the QR code now to claim your pair at half price, or risk paying full price again tomorrow.
Of the interview, and this is page 32, and it's lines 11 through 13. And yeah, let's take a look at that.
Could you repeat your question?
I just asked if you recall saying that at that point in the interview. So-
Right. Can you reference what he said, what you're asking me?
Sure, sorry about that. So I asked you if you recall about an hour into the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo saying, I'm just really tired. I believe he also referenced something about falling into a hole, and I don't know what day it, excuse me, it is now. I'm not able to have a clear thought.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, looks like there was no concern about resuming the interview, no concern that he wasn't able to provide accurate information. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall, Joseph, at one point, Mr. Filazzo was being asked to provide more details about what happened on Friday and early Saturday, and he said, all I can remember is like a jumble. It was basically like flashes, like if you go to a disco and look up and there's nothing.
Yes, I do.
Again, that type of jumble and flashes did not concern you as far as the way he was thinking?
Excuse me. It didn't, because before and after, he gave other accounts of the way he was feeling and felt at the time, which made sense to me.
Okay, thank you. About an hour and 10 minutes into the interview, do you recall Mr. Filazzo suddenly putting his head down and suddenly asking for water?
I don't.
Okay. At that point, you don't recall that you and Detective Boris, when put his head down and ask for water. Both of you did in fact say, okay, we'll get you some water, and then you left.
I don't remember that, no.
All right. And Detective Truex came in, so I'm guessing on the video at that point, he was hyperventilating and crying.
This is how to get in shape fast.
If you want to drop this, start eating more of these.
So you did not witness that, is that accurate?
No.
Okay. And then the questioning resumed roughly 15 minutes, roughly after that. Correct? It resumed after you.
Yes, it resumed after, yes.
Thank you. You drafted a report detailing the actions that you took on the case between October 19th, 2021 and October 21st, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And in the report, you stated that the interview of Mr. Filazzo on the 19th of October 2021 occurred in multiple segments over several hours in various locations within and outside the barracks, correct?
Yes, yep.
The first segment, I'll just reference it the way you did, that was the initial interview with some breaks, understandably, but the initial interview, which took approximately 2.5 hours. Is that accurate?
Yeah,
Let's see. And I think at that point, it looks like, so the interview ended at that point, that segment at about 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
I mean, I can't confirm that. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, that sounds accurate.
At that point, I think you and Detective Morris left and Mr. Filazzo laid down on the floor. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember him laying down.
Okay. And although we can't tell, it's assumed that he was probably sleeping, but he was laying down on the floor, whether he was sleeping or not, correct?
Yes, he was laying down on the floor.
Okay. And then at about 6 or 10 minutes of 6, after he'd been laying on the floor, he was moved to a holding cell, correct?
Yes.
And then the next interaction with Mr. Filazzo was approximately 8:10. And I think you and Detective Morris woke him up to see if he was okay. And then at that point, took him outside the barracks for a cigarette, correct?
Yes.
And then you brought him back into the holding cell around 8:15 and he laid back down, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at about 9:18, you and Detective Morris woke him up again, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm confirming that we did wake him up. I can't verify the times, but yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm referring to times. If you would like, yeah, we can always look at it, but. And then you did have at that point, you wanted to ask him a few more things and ask him if he was willing to answer more questions,
Yeah,
correct?
yes.
He was groggy at that point, correct?
No, I wouldn't say groggy.
Okay. As alert as he was previously, or,
Yeah, I would say so.
and you told him again that you had some additional questions. I believe you also gave him the option of going back to the interview room or remaining in the holding cell, correct?
James asked him,
Okay.
gave him the choice.
It
Yeah.
was hard to tell since that was audio. All right, thank you. And do you recall Joseph responding by stating, "I'm just trying to let my mind rest"?
Yes.
Okay. But at that point, you resumed questioning, correct?
Yeah.
And I believe that lasted about another 20 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set.
solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause found in consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and to the faith and all the facts.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, my name's Samuel Truex, Truex.
The acoustics are not great in this room, so if you can keep your voice up so that the back jurors can hear you.
Okay.
Can you tell us how you are currently employed?
I am currently retired from the Vermont State Police
Okay. And when did you retire?
on November 30th of this year.
And how long had you been employed at the Vermont State Police?
Over 26 and a half years.
All right, so you were employed with them in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you become involved in the investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes, on Tuesday, October 19th, 2021.
And how did you become involved?
Detective Lieutenant John Paul Schmidt asked me to respond to the St. Albans barracks.
This one organ can make a woman's belly big and stick out. And no matter how many diets or how much exercise.
And said that there was a missing person complaint that was suspicious in nature.
Okay. And upon arrival at the barracks, were you given a specific task?
I was given a couple tasks. One was to sit in on the interview with Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And during that, did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Ferlazzo yourself?
Yes, I did.
And the jury has seen the video. And so are you the individual that sort of comes in during the breaks and sits with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And the first time that you went into the interview room, was Mr. Ferlazzo eating?
Yes, he was.
And did you ask him if he needed anything?
I believe Amy got him lunch, and then Seth was in the process of getting him some hot coffee at his request.
Okay. And at any point, did you ask him if he needed anything else?
He asked me, or he told me he had to go to the bathroom at one point. So I escorted him down the hall to the bathroom and back.
Okay. And at one point during the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo asked you to stay in the room with him?
Yes, he asked me if I'd sit down and stay in there with him.
Okay. Were you planning on doing that anyway?
I wasn't, but I agreed to do that.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with him during that time?
Yes.
And who initiated that conversation?
I think he initiated it.
Did he ask you questions about taking him somewhere?
He made a comment. He asked me if we're going to take him someplace so he can't do that again.
Okay. And how did you respond?
I don't recall exactly what my response was.
Okay. What are some of the other things that you talked about with Mr. Ferlazzo?
He just asked me generally about myself, the police. We talked about, I asked him questions about being a tattoo artist. What was his favorite part? He asked me what my favorite part of being a police officer was. He asked kind of about like the team of detectives and how things worked, where everybody was assigned. We talked about his dog, Remington. I told him that Remington was at his friend Jason's house and that the dog was okay being there, but he probably would have to make arrangements for long term.
At any point, have you ever sat in on interviews like this before in your career?
Yes,
Have you interviewed people who have been charged with murder before?
I have.
And at any point during your interactions with Mr. Ferlazzo, did you have any concerns about his ability to be engaging in a conversation with the police?
No, our conversation went both ways. He was actually very cordial and nice to me, and he asked questions. I asked questions of him. It was just a give and take.
And at some point, were you able to find him a cigarette at his request?
Yeah, he asked for a cigarette. I asked one of the detectives who brought one in, and then we brought him outside for a cigarette break, I think on 2 different occasions.
Okay. And he made some comments about possible self-harm. Do you recall that?
Yeah, at one point he said he wished someone would take him out. And I had said to him that if you have any thoughts of hurting yourself, you need to let me know. He says, well, if I had a gun, I would do it. But I don't have a weapon, so I can't. All I have is this hot coffee.
And again, did him making those comments give you any concerns about his ability to continue to engage in a conversation?
No, I was just concerned for my safety, being in the room with him, and just for his own safety as well.
Okay. And when you would leave the room and come back in, did he recall who you were?
Yes.
Did he recall you by name?
Yes. When I left he was still eating, he just said, "Thank you, Sam," when I stepped out of the room.
And when you come back in the room, did he recall your name?
Yes.
Did you ever feel like he wasn't responding to your questions appropriately?
No.
At any time that he asked for anything, did you get him what he asked for? Or anytime he asked for food or drinks?
Yeah, if he needed food, if he wanted another hot coffee, to use the bathroom, another cigarette, we were very accommodating.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Chance.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you've described kind of almost like a switch flipping back and forth between engaging in small talk with Mr. Ferlazzo and him expressing concerns about or him becoming upset. Is that fair to say?
Yeah,
And both of those occurred during your interactions with him, right?
yes,
You do recall him saying at least once that his brains were scrambled, don't you?
yes.
And that he was not thinking clearly. You recall that as well.
Yeah, he said that he needed to talk to an expert that could help him because of his an expert in scrambled brains.
Scrambled brains.
Yes,
And you responded by saying, yes, we have people you can talk to.
yes.
And he never did talk to any kind of mental health person after he was processed, did he?
I don't know if he did.
But that's what you told him would be available to him, correct?
Yes, and I said that we, as in like the state of Vermont corrections, have that access for that. Yes.
You observed that he, at one point, started hyperventilating, correct? Breathing like this.
I know what that is. I was just trying to recall. I haven't seen the video. And
You didn't, I'm sorry?
I didn't review the video before coming here.
Okay.
I don't have access.
And you don't have a recollection of being in the room when that happened?
I feel like I remember him crying or starting to cry a couple times,
Sobbing,
sobbing.
sobbing.
Yes.
And you said to him, are you okay, right?
I did ask him if he was okay, and he told me he was not.
He was not, that's what he said, I'm not okay.
Yes. And I told him that he's going to have to take it one day at a time, that it's going to take time.
So you were, correct me if I'm wrong, trying to calm him down. Is that a fair assessment of the kinds of things you were saying to him?
I was just trying to reassure him,
Reassure him about what?
just the traumatic incident that he's involved in, just the kind of things are going to be okay, trying to just keep a steady.
He also said to you that more than once, what happens next? Because he seemed to be unfamiliar with the process. Do you remember that?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. And you were aware that the interview was being live streamed to another room, correct?
Yes.
So he was under observation by other law enforcement the entire time, correct?
Yes, he was.
So even if you didn't observe his complete, I'm going to call it meltdown, he was being observed, correct?
And that was all recorded in that room as well.
In that room.
Yes.
One moment, please, Judge. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You're all set. All right. The next witness, there may be a number of exhibits, so we have to gather them and discuss them a little bit, but we'll be back with you probably 10 minutes. We'll need to go through them, so we'll excuse you to the jury room again and come back as soon as we can.
All rise.
Use that for all these exhibits.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm sorry I can't see you, Ms. Johnson.
I can move it back.
Can you, just at least for now, while we're talking about this, and then we can move
Just to
it back.
clarify, Judge, do you want us to renew the grounds for the objection to exhibits 22 to 36?
But you can renew it for the reasons already stated, or if there's anything you wish to add to those reasons, you may bring that up now.
Renewing it for the reason, go ahead.
Just renewing it, Judge.
All right.
Same objection.
Is there anything specific in my order? I did mention other things regarding specific tattoos that were reflected. Do you care if those come in? No? So the only exhibit I thought about, if I can get it back up. And I don't think, Gotta find it. Maybe.
What number is that? 32, 33, 34, 32.
No, 32 is not the one I'm thinking. It was the, I think it's 31. The kind of close-up of the chest and stomach area. It seemed to me another picture got it from a little further back without it being quite so suggestive. And I wondered if we use that one.
Are you asking me, Your Honor?
Well, no, I finally got the picture up.
Which number is it, Judge?
It's 31. It's not, again, it's another picture which shows the whole body. It shows a touch more than the far off picture, which I think might have been 30. Let me see. But there was. Can I get the pictures for a second? I'm not getting them all on them. Is it 30 that is the whole? No, it was 29. I thought that captured it okay, and I didn't. 31 seemed to be was a close up of 29. I really don't think any of them though are prejudicial in the sense of unfairly prejudicial that 403 speaks of. They're just pictures of his body.
Judge, the reason I specifically also picked that one is because during the interview, he's pointing to that particular area and indicating that he might have an injury there. So that was a specific choice made so that the jury had a closer up view of that area.
I'm going to allow them then for the reasons already indicated in my order.
If Your Honor would note my objection, our original objection.
We have in mind your
Thank you.
original objection. My understanding though is there's nothing specific to any of the tattoos that are reflected on the pictures that's problematic. Other exhibits that you wanted to discuss.
No, nothing else, Judge.
So there's nothing else no other photographs. Would you approach for 1 minute? Please be seated. We're back in the record in State versus Joseph Filazzo Jr., 21 CR 8967. The parties have had an opportunity to meet and discuss various exhibits, and I think we're ready to proceed. Ms. George.
Thank you, Judge. The state would call Amy Nolan.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The acoustics in this room are not good.
Okay.
So if you can keep your voice up so the jurors in the back can hear you, that'd be appreciated. Can you just start by telling us your name and spelling your last name? Actually, in your case, can you spell your first name as well?
Certainly. It's Amy, spelled Aimee. Last name Nolan, Nolan.
Okay. And did you formally work for Vermont State Police?
I did.
Okay. And are you now retired?
I am.
When did you retire?
October of 2023.
Okay. So
Can parties approach for 1 minute?
Approximately how many crime scenes and death investigations have you participated in?
Well over 150.
And in mid-October, October 15th or 16th of 2021, were you made aware of an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
I was not notified until the morning of October 19th.
Okay. So prior to that, you were not involved in the case?
No.
Okay. And what information were you provided on October 19th?
I received a call from Major Crimes Unit Supervisor, one of the lieutenants, advised that there was a new case, requesting my presence at the St. Albans Barracks for a briefing later that morning.
And did you in fact attend that briefing?
I did.
And what further information did you learn?
Excuse me. At that point, I learned that the state police was notified the prior day of a missing person, Emily Ferlazzo, that there were some suspicious circumstances surrounding that, that Mr. Ferlazzo, Emily's husband, had told a friend that he had killed her, and that the state police had seized a camper van as well as a Jeep that belonged to Mr. Ferlazzo.
Okay. So what was your sort of plan or task for the day?
Initially, there was a lot of waiting around, learning new information as it was found. The search warrant was being worked on to be able to search the van and the Jeep. So I took it upon myself to sort of scour the internet, social media pages for both Emily and Joseph Ferlazzo, trying to find acquaintances that we might be able to interview, seeing if anyone had posted any comments or anything we could learn about Emily's potential whereabouts.
Okay. And at some point, did you take a break to go get food?
I had lunch, but to be honest, I'd had enough coffee that morning, so I decided to go to the store, knowing it was going to be a late night. I wanted an energy drink and some snacks for the team once they got there. So I believe it was around 2 p.m. I did leave the barracks and go to a local convenience store.
Okay. And what was that convenience store called?
Maple Fields.
Okay. And that was in St. Albans?
Yes.
Right. And who did you go there with?
One of the other team members that had arrived at the barracks, Brandon Gallant.
Okay. And who drove?
I did.
What did you drive? What vehicle did you drive?
I drove my state-issued cruiser, if you will.
Okay. And can you describe that vehicle?
Sure. It's an F-150 truck with an extra cab and an extended bed on it, so it's a rather large vehicle.
Okay. How many seats are in the vehicle?
Technically, seating for 6. It was a bench seat in the front and a bench seat in the back. But my back seat was full of equipment. And then in the front seat, I usually kept the center console folded down for like a drink holder, things like that. So most comfortably 2, and possibly 3.
Okay. And is there a secure area of this vehicle like many police cruisers?
No.
Okay. So the entire inside of it is accessible?
Open, correct.
Okay. Does it have any sort of Vermont State Police insignia on it?
No, completely unmarked.
What were you wearing that day?
I was wearing my crime scene uniform, which is a pair of cargo style, I'd say tan pants, a green polo shirt with the state police emblem, and it said CSST on it. But that was covered with a plain black fleece. So I didn't have any obvious markings of the state police on my person that day.
You weren't wearing a state trooper uniform that we've all
No,
seen?
I was not.
Okay. How far away is the Maple Fields from the St. Albans Barracks?
It's approximately a mile down the road.
So can you tell the jury what happened when you pulled into the Maple Fields?
Sure. Due to the size of the truck, it wasn't practical to park in sort of a normal parking spot, if you will. The back end of the vehicle would stick out several feet. So I often chose to park, not in a parking spot along a parking lot edge or something like that. So as I pulled in to the entrance to the store, I had my eye on a spot where I wanted to park sort of parallel to the road, well away from parking spots. I noticed a male was just sort of nonchalantly walking right where I wanted to park. So I was I can't remember if I muttered it or if I just thought under my breath, like, oh my gosh, hurry up. That's where I want to park. So I sort of slowly, crawled behind the person until they diagonally cut across and went into the store.
And so once you entered the store, where did you immediately go?
Right to the back of the store where the coolers are located. That's where the energy drinks were.
Okay. And as you're walking towards the back of the store, did you notice anything?
I noticed that same male. I had sort of given him a nickname in my head of Hoodie because he was wearing his hood up. It was chilly that morning. And I noticed that same male that I had waited to move out of my way so I could park was also at the coolers. He had walked right to the back of the store as well.
Okay. And what was he doing?
He was getting a drink out of the cooler and sort of stepping back from the cooler at that time.
Did you recognize the male?
When he closed the door to the cooler and he turned around and we made eye contact, I was like, wait, I know this person. In that moment, I couldn't figure out where or why. My brain was still trying to catch up with me. But I knew I recognized him.
Okay. And did you ultimately determine how you recognized him?
Yeah. So he walked to the right and then turned to walk up to one of the aisles towards the front of the store. And he turned and looked at me again. And we locked eyes again. And at that point, I recognized that it was Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And how did you recognize him? What have you seen?
So I had spent, like I said, a lot of that morning sort of scouring through social media. I had seen dozens of pictures of Mr. Ferlazzo as well as Emily. And then also our public information officer for the state police was at the barracks that morning. He was preparing a press release that he was getting ready to put out with photos, which included Mr. Ferlazzo. And he had asked me to proofread that for him just before I went to the store. So it was like another look at Mr. Ferlazzo's face right before I left.
Okay. And where did that mail go?
Up to the front of the store to the cash register area.
And so what was the next thing you did with that information?
I told Brandon, that's Joseph Ferlazzo. He's heading out of the store. I'm going to follow him.
And are you aware that this interaction with Mr. Ferlazzo was recorded?
Yes.
And how was it recorded?
Through the Maplefield surveillance video system.
Okay. And have you reviewed those?
I have seen those videos, yes.
Judge, I have a stipulation. States 120.
So I was told my voice was not quite loud enough last time, perhaps for some of you, so I'm going to read a little louder this time. Stipulation number 5, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Palazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video from the Maple Fields gas station in St. Albans, Vermont from October 19, 2021. That surveillance video was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective Sergeant Amy Nolan. The authenticity of the surveillance video is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the surveillance video is also not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what rate you will give this stipulation. And that's Exhibit States 120, and no objection to that being admitted.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Technical. Judge, the state would next move to admit States 23, which is the first Maple Fields video.
No objection.
States 23 is admitted without objection. Go back to States 23 is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. At some point in the video, you appear to look at your phone. Can you just tell the jury what you're doing?
Yes, I feel like my body language is pretty clear at the moment that I recognize him. And I turn back around, I take my phone out, I say something to the trooper I was with, and I take my phone out because I'm looking for that press release to show the picture to Brandon and to sort of confirm my suspicions that it was Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And is there another angle of this same sort of interaction within Maple Fields?
There is.
Judge, the state would move to admit States 24, second Maple Fields video.
No objection.
States 24 is admitted without objection.
So after seeing who you believe to be Mr. Filazzo in the Maple Fields, did you in fact follow him outside?
I did.
Okay, and did you approach him outside?
I followed behind him. He was walking along the front of the store.
Okay, and what did you do? What was your interaction?
I said, Joseph, and the male kept walking, no acknowledgement. So then I said something to the effect of, hey, say, please, can you stop for a second? I just need to talk to you.
Okay. And did the male stop?
He did.
Okay. And what did you do? Once the individual stopped, did they stop and actually turn around to face you and interact with you?
He did turn around and then took a very long, almost exaggerated drink of his energy drink, just looking at me, sort of the proverbial deer in the headlight look. It seemed to me, based on my training and experience, it was almost as if he were trying to figure out, fight, flight, freeze, what do I do?
Okay. And what did you say to him?
I said, Joseph, it's you, right? Are you okay?
Okay. And what did he do in reply?
He took his drink down and his body language sort of deflated. And he said, no, I'm not okay.
And what do you mean? Can you describe what you mean by his body language deflated?
Sure. As he was looking at me taking that drink, he seemed, quite tense. Again, sort of deer in the headlights. Do I run? Do I freeze? Do I fight? And he just sort of relaxed, if you will. Like I visibly saw his shoulders drop and his head kind of dropped a little bit. And he just said, no, I'm not okay.
Okay. How far away from you was he when you first said state police?
Probably 10 feet, approximately.
Right. And what did you, after he said, no, I'm not okay, how did you respond to that?
I said, well, there's a lot of people looking for you and looking for Emily, and we're just trying to figure out where Emily is and what's going on. Her family's very worried about her.
And what was his response?
Let's go.
He said, let's go. Okay. And so what did you do?
I said, go where? And he said, wherever you're taking me. And I said, I'm not taking you anywhere. You're not under arrest. But if you want to come with me, I'll give you a ride to the barracks and we can get a detective to talk to you.
Okay. And did he agree to that?
He did.
Okay. And did you bring him in your vehicle?
We started to walk back across the parking lot towards my truck, yes. And stopped about halfway across the parking lot.
Okay. And why did you stop halfway across?
There was a moment where I thought Mr. Filazzo might pass out. He seemed a little unsteady on his feet. I said, you're okay. I asked his permission. I said, it's okay. I want to just put my hand on your shoulder. And I did. And I said, I got you. I said, you're okay. I'll get you to the barracks and you can talk to somebody.
Okay. Did he make any statements or respond to that in any
No.
particular way? Okay. And so did you bring him back to the barracks?
I did. The other thing that we did sort of in that halfway point was I asked him and explained before I could give him a ride. It was our sort of protocol that we had to pat somebody down for weapons before I could allow him in my cruiser with me. And also because I don't have a typical cruiser with what they call the cage in the back to separate the officer from a person that they've picked up for some reason. So he said that was fine. He indicated he had no weapons. So I patted him down real quick. And then I got into the driver's seat and Brandon walked him across to the passenger seat.
Did Brandon also get in the car?
He did not.
Okay. Was that because there wasn't any room?
Yeah, I told him I would come back and pick him up.
Okay.
I didn't think we needed to sit 3 across the front seat.
Okay. So it was just you and Mr. Filazzo in the ride back to the barracks.
Correct.
And did you speak to him during that time about Emily?
Not about Emily. I asked him, like I said, it was cold that day. I asked him, are you cold? He said he was. I turned the heat up. I said, have you been out all night? Based on the interactions that I knew had occurred the night before, he said he had. I asked him if he, was thirsty, if he was hungry. He said he was. And so again, I told him, I turned the heat up and I told him I would get him something to eat once we got back to the barracks.
Okay. How long were you in the truck with Mr. Filazzo?
Less than 5 minutes, probably.
Right. Did you see anything on the way to the barracks that sparked a conversation?
Yes, there was. So at one point in the video, as I start to walk towards the front of the store, I turned to Brandon and I told him to call dispatch to let them know what was happening. So that message had gotten relayed and there was a trooper coming to the store, lights and sirens.
Okay. And did Mr. Filazzo say anything related to that?
He didn't. I sort of chuckled and said, I think they're looking for us. I said, but we're good, right? And we continued on and I placed a call to my lieutenant at that time.
And could Mr. Filazzo hear that conversation with your lieutenant?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make any other calls during that time?
I also actually, let me back up. Before calling my lieutenant, I got on the radio to dispatch and I clarified, I am in the truck with Mr. Filazzo. All units can stand down. I'm headed to the barracks.
Do you have a recollection of what time you arrived at the barracks?
I would say it was probably, if this interaction was around 2, as I remember, I would say probably 2:15.
Okay.
Approximately.
And when you arrived at the barracks, where did you park?
I drove around to the backside of the barracks, into the gated parking area of the barracks.
And did Joseph get out of the car?
I can't remember. I think I walked around to his side of the truck and opened the door for him, if I recall correctly.
And did you ultimately get him into the police barracks?
Yes, the station commander of the barracks was outside waiting for us, and together we walked inside the building, yes.
Did he still have the drink that he bought at Maple Fields?
At that point, I believe he did, yes.
But did you had said earlier you told him you would get him some food and drinks. Did you do that?
Eventually, yes. After a short period of waiting for an interview and a detective to be ready for Mr. Ferlazzo, as this was obviously not planned, I returned back to the store and got a sandwich and some chips.
Okay. At any point in your interactions with Mr. Ferlazzo, did you ask him any questions about Emily?
I did not.
Okay. And is the person that you identified in Maple Fields as Mr. Ferlazzo and brought back to the barracks, is he in the courtroom today?
He is.
Can you just describe to the jury what he's wearing?
Certainly. He's sitting at the defendant's table wearing tan pants, a light gray shirt, and a black tie.
The state would request that the record reflect that's Mr. Ferlazzo.
So directed.
Is it your understanding that he was then interviewed by Detective Sergeant Boris?
Yes.
Okay. And were you told at some point after what he indicated had happened to Emily?
In stages, yes.
Okay. And so did you become involved in this case in sort of different capacity at some point?
Certainly. What I was there for initially, and that was in the role of crime scene search team.
Okay. What was the first thing you did related to that role?
Based on Mr. Ferlazzo's statement, where there had been an altercation, my first assignment, if you will, was to photograph Mr. Ferlazzo to see if we could detect any marks, bruises, scratches, anything like that.
Okay. And the jury has seen the interview room and this process happening.
Okay.
When you first went into the interview room to do this, did Mr. Ferlazzo indicate remembering you or give any indication that he remembered you?
Yes.
And did he remember you by name?
I don't recall if he remembered me by name.
Okay. And so did you in fact take photographs of his condition?
I did. I also collected what we call buccal swabs to get a DNA sample from Mr. Ferlazzo.
Okay. And Your Honor, the state would seek to admit states 25 through 36.
Okay.
For new and non-friendly objections.
Objections as earlier noted, but they'll be admitted over objection. 25 through 36.
We're just going to go through the photographs. If you can just explain briefly what each one is.
Certainly. So this is what we would call an overview photograph with Mr. Ferlazzo. And because you can't really capture someone unless you're standing really far away, we take them in segments. So upper body, mid, and then lower body. Mr. Ferlazzo's hands, front and back. This is Mr. Ferlazzo's upper body. It was explained to him that we would like to take photographs without his clothes on, but not completely naked, again, looking for marks or bruises. It was also offered to him, if I recall, being a female, if he wasn't comfortable. I did have another trooper with me that could take those photographs. So this is the upper, I would say, torso of Mr. Ferlazzo. And sort of face and upper chest, mid chest and abdomen, upper legs, the backside of his legs, and front of his lower legs. This is a side, sort of more close-up photograph of his left side of his head and face. Full body back, upper back, I should say.
And did you note any injuries or observe any injuries or marks on his body?
There was one mark, and I remember asking him if, that was an injury or perhaps a birthmark. It was really hard to tell. I believe it was on the left side of the back of his head, sort of right in his hairline. So it was hard to detect. Other than that, I did not see any marks on his body.
Or bruises?
No.
And you did already state that you collected the DNA swabs?
Yes.
Do you recall, were those swabs from the cheek titled item 1A?
Yes.
Or 1. And were they brought to the lab for testing?
They were.
Okay. Did you also supervise the collection of evidence from the van in question?
I did.
And have you reviewed all of the photographs taken of the van?
I have.
The state first has a stipulation. Number 6, states 121.
Yep. No objection, Ms. Johnson.
I'm here now. No objection. Thank you.
Stipulation number 6, members of the jury, the state and defendant, Justice Palazzo, have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. Members of the crime scene search team, in parentheses CSST, end of parentheses, collected, tagged, photographed, and processed pieces of evidence during the search of the camper van pursuant to a valid search warrant. CSST supervisors Amy Nolan and Aaron McNeil oversaw the collection, tagging, photographing, and processing of all evidence collected from the camper van. These items were ultimately stored at the Vermont State Police Barracks in Williston. These items were the same condition upon arrival at the barracks as they were when collected from the camper van during searches on October 19th, 2021 and October 20th, 2021. Chain of custody is not being challenged as it relates to these items. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And that's State's Exhibit 2121 admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. And the state would first move to admit states 37, 38, and 39.
No objection.
37 through 39 are admitted without objection.
Detective Sergeant Nolan, can you tell the jury what this photo is?
Certainly, this is a view of the right side, or if you're looking at the van from the front, the left side of the van that Mr. Ferlazzo and Emily were traveling in.
So these double doors on the right side here is the entrance?
Correct.
And this one?
This is the driver's side of the vehicle.
And
the rear.
Judge, the state would next move for states 40 through 75.
Do you want to first give us 37 through 39 of you?
Yes.
I'll take them first. Any objection to 40 through 78?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibits 40 through 78 are admitted without objection.
So we're going to, the next group of photographs is from the inside of the van at the time of the search. What was the authority to search the van at the time?
We had a search warrant.
So I'm going to show you first states 40. Can you tell the jury what this is showing?
Sure. This is a photo of the entrance and the steps up into the van. What you're seeing is, I believe, like a bug net or mosquito net over the door once the double door was opened. It's hard to see up there, but you're looking to where the driver's seat would be. And there was a curtain up over the driver's door for privacy over the driver's window.
Can you describe for the jury what this photo of?
This is the bathroom of the van with several black household garbage bags on the floor of the shower.
States 42.
Another view of the bathroom from a little further away. Another photo of the bags in the bathroom. Here, the bags are numbered with placards that we use to identify our evidence items. So you're seeing 1 through 7. Here you're seeing items 1 through 8 laid out on butcher paper. The bags were taken out one at a time and placed onto butcher paper as we removed them and numbered them.
And is this how you refer to the bags moving forward, is by these numbers?
Correct.
Okay. States 46.
This is a 12-gauge shotgun that was located at the foot of the bed in the camper.
States 47.
This is looking at the head of the bed.
And so are these pillows?
Yes, these are bed pillows, the sheets, a blanket, a comforter perhaps, and then there was also a black duffel bag on the bed. This is a Glock firearm that was found underneath the pillows of the, I would say, front side of the bed. Again, standing at the foot of the bed, looking at it would be the left side of the bed.
Okay.
More close-up image showing the Glock firearm.
Okay. And it's the 11 next door, next to it, mean that it was labeled item 11?
Correct, evidence item number 11.
Okay. And was there a magazine in this firearm?
There was.
And I guess first, can you describe to the jury what a magazine is?
Sure, a magazine is what holds the rounds of ammunition in a semi-automatic pistol like this. So the magazine sits up into the grip of the firearm, and that's again where the cartridges are held.
Do you know what the magazine capacity was?
It was a 15-round magazine, so it would hold 15 cartridges, excuse me.
Okay. And were you able to tell how many rounds were in the magazine?
There were 9 in the magazine.
And was there a round in the chamber?
There was.
Okay. And so was the round, the 15-round magazine with that was in the bullets, was in the firearm, was that labeled as 11A?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as 79 and 79, state 79 and 79A. Are you familiar with what each of these is?
Yes.
Can you just describe to the jury what each one is?
Yes. State 79, which is marked in our evidence system as number 48, is the Glock firearm shown in the pictures that was found under the pillows of the bed. And state 79A, which is marked item number 53 in our evidence system, is the magazine and the cartridges that were included in the magazine and the one in the chamber.
Are you able to open
I can,
79? Okay. Yeah, if you could just show it to them. And were both of these items, the firearm and the magazine, the bullets, were those brought to the Vermont Forensic Lab for testing?
They were.
Looking at the bullets that were in the magazine, are you able to tell whether there's a head stamp on them?
Yes,
And can you tell the jury what that means and what they say?
certainly. So the head stamp on the ammunition tells us the manufacturer and the gauge. So these are SIG 9mm Luger. So Luger is a style of bullet or a type of ammunition, and the 9mm is the caliber of the ammunition, and the manufacturer is SIG.
How many firearms total were located in the camper?
There were 6 total,
Okay. How many pistols or handguns?
2 handguns.
And this being one of them.
Correct.
What was the second one?
Second one was a 9mm Taurus pistol.
Show you what's been marked as states 50. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that is a 9mm Taurus pistol that was found in a kitchen drawer.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. The state would move to admit 79 and 79A.
Any objection? They're admitted. Without
Yeah.
objection.
Where should I put them here?
Looking at states 50A, can you tell us what this is?
Yes, so these are the 2 kitchen drawers opened, and the drawer on the right, you can see in the lower, in the front lower corner of the photo there is the Taurus pistol in the leather holster.
Okay.
Another view of that sort of more close up.
So this is where that second handgun was located when you searched the van?
Correct.
And that holster was on it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what this is?
Sure. This is I would say a storage cubby unit that had been built into the van above the head of the bed.
Okay. And did you search these baskets?
We did.
And can you tell the jury what is in this picture?
Certainly. In one of the baskets contained miscellaneous ammunition and also a silencer or suppressor.
And was the silencer suppressor labeled as item 22?
I would need to refer to my report or an evidence list to be sure, but to the best of my recollection, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 52A. And would move to admit 52A, Judge, based on no objections.
Okay. Any objection? 52A is admitted without objection.
Can you tell the jury what this is?
Okay, so it was marked 22. This is the silencer or suppressor seen in the photograph that was in that basket with the ammunition.
Okay. And did you know, was the silencer sent to the lab for testing?
It was.
And did you notice anything of interest related to the silencer?
The items as they were collected were brought onto the command post where we have better lighting and a controlled environment to take better photographs. During the time when this was being examined and photographed and documented on the truck, there were red fibers, or at least a red fiber in the end of the silencer that were appreciated by members.
Okay. And were you able to collect that?
No, during the process of trying to collect it, we believe that it fell down into the barrel of the silencer.
Okay. So did you take a swab from the silencer?
We did take a swab of the silencer.
And was that labeled 22A?
Yes.
And did that go to the Vermont Forensic Lab for testing?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 53. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You tell the jury this photo.
This is just in front of, so the bed made up the entire back of the camper, the rear of the camper. So just in front of that, looking down the camper on the left-hand side was like a couch area, if you will, 2 small chair type things. There was a space in between, so it's more of a chair than a couch, I guess, a seating area.
In states 54?
This is a photo from the kitchen area, again, looking to the back of the van, showing the bed.
States 55?
This is, as each layer of bedding was removed from the bed, further photographs were taken. So this is down to the mattress with like a mattress topper on it. This is the mattress outside what you see in the previous photo, the underside of what you could see in the previous photo.
Okay.
This is the bed, the shelf that the mattress laid on after the mattress was removed.
Just make sure to note the number you're talking about when you talk about this.
Thank you. So I'm looking at states 57.
Stage 57 shows the base where the mattress laid on top of.
Okay. And there's a close-up in the next photo, but was there something of interest there?
There is a red-brown stain on the 4th panel of wood up.
Okay. States 58.
Yeah, so this is a red-brown stain on the panel where the mattress had been laying on the bed.
Okay. What was the significance of taking the photos of the mattress and then of the wood underneath?
So when we brought the mattress outside of the van and took photographs of both sides, it was pretty clear that a bleeding event happened on what ended up being the underside of the mattress, the way we found it, right? On the left-hand side, so the side closest to the inside of the camper, there was a significant blood stain there. While that stain was still wet, the mattress was then flipped, so the stain is more on the right side or the back side, towards the back of the camper.
Okay. And did you collect any swabs from the mattress?
We took a large cutting from the blood stain.
Okay. And did that get labeled as 17A, item 17A?
Yes.
And did that get sent to the lab for testing?
It did.
I'm looking at stage 59. Can you tell us what this is a picture of?
So this is the floor area, and you see the driver's seat of the van and the contents behind the seat. There is a faded red toolbox of sorts that had a red-brown stain on it, as well as very hard to see in this photograph, but you can see the handle of a saw that was also collected. There's the saw.
Stage 60, is that the saw that was in the previous photo?
Yes.
And stage 61?
State 61 is a close-up view of the end of the saw with a red-brown stain on the end.
And was DNA swab collected from the blade, the reddish-brown stain on the?
It was.
And was that identified as 32A?
Yes. Yes.
And was that also sent to the lab?
It was.
Tell us what this is a photograph of?
This is a photo of a garbage can on top of a, I'm not sure if it was a shelf or a refrigerator.
That's state 62. And state 63?
Inside the garbage can is this bottle, which when it was removed is a bottle of bleach.
State 64?
The bleach bottle.
And state 65?
This is the floor of the shower after the 8 bags were removed from the shower. There are red-brown stains on the floor of the shower.
Okay. And was a swab collected from the tub drain?
It was.
Was that labeled as item 36?
No, I believe those are 33.
The swab was also 33?
I believe so. If I could, I'd need to refer to my report to be sure. I believe 36 was a different swab of red-brown stains.
Okay. I'm going to, just to be sure.
Yes, thank you.
You wrote several reports on this. Would this be the van and processing report?
Yes, please.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as stage 107.
Thank you.
Just refresh your recollection.
Thank you so much. So 33, as depicted by the placard, 33 was 2 swabs of the shower floor that are seen there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm going to just go back to the bleach bottle for 1 minute. When this picture was taken of the Hannaford bleach bottle, was there a known significance at the time?
That the van, we believe that the van had been cleaned.
All right. State 66, can you tell us what this is?
This is a not very clear photograph of the contents in what would be the passenger side floor area. There's various items there, but the item of significance to us was the Swiffer wet jet mop.
Okay. And state 67?
Yes, this is a photo once the mop was removed out of that area.
State 68?
60 shows the bottom side of the Swiffer pad that is dirty with some red-brown stains as well.
And state 69?
This would be the side that sticks to the Velcro, so the upper side, but you can see that the red-brown stains have soaked through to the other side of the cloth.
And state 70?
State 70 is a bag that was also located in that area, shown a few photographs ago where the mop was. This is a garbage bag that contained a pair of gloves.
Okay. So this bag was not located in the shower, is that?
Correct. This was not in the shower.
And state 71?
Those are the gloves that were inside of that bag.
State 72?
This is the center console area of the van. And we're just sort of taking that photograph to show the area. And the next photograph gives you what we're actually taking a photo of.
73.
This ring was recognized by me as being Emily's engagement/wedding ring.
And how did you recognize that?
From my time earlier in the day going through social media posts, there's a photograph of Emily and Joseph on what appears to be their wedding day, and the ring is depicted in that photograph.
So state 74, is that just a closer?
That's a closer view of the ring, yes.
And state 75?
This is another photograph because on closer examination of the ring, there were red-brown stains on the ring.
And so state 76, is this the photograph that you located on Facebook?
That's one of the photographs where I recognize the ring, yes.
And so this is a photograph of Mr. Ferlazzo and Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes.
And she appears to be wearing that ring. Is that the importance?
Yes.
Did you also go to the Bear Run condo in question?
I did. It was a few days later, but yes.
Oh, I think I already did that. So I'm gonna go. Right. State 77, can you tell us what this is?
So this is a photograph of the parking area. It is depicting the front of my truck, my cruiser at the time, as the parking lot was rather narrow, but a parking area that goes for the condos.
Okay. And state 78?
Another view of the condo.
And what was the significance of these photographs?
This was the condo that Mr. Ferlazzo's sister had rented for the weekend when Joseph and Emily came to visit them.
And were you also present for the autopsy of Emily Ferlazzo?
I was.
Okay. And where did that occur?
At the office of the chief medical examiner here in Burlington.
And do you recall when that occurred?
That occurred on the 20th of October 2021.
Your Honor, if I may approach with states 122, which is the stipulation number 7.
Any objection to stipulation of number 7? And 122 would be the state exhibit number. Members of the jury, the state and defendant, Joseph Palazzo, have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. 8 black garbage bags were collected on October 9, 2021 by Vermont State Police Detective Sergeant Jamie Nolan during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. The 8 black garbage bags were transported to the office of the Chief Medical Examiner by Vermont State Police Detective Ben Katz. These bags were x-rayed by Dr. Shapiro at the office of the Chief Medical Examiner on October 20th, 2021. Bags number 1 and number 2 did not contain human remains and were examined by Detective Sergeant Jamie Nolan of the Vermont State Police. Bags number 1 and number 2 were in the same condition at the time of their inspection as they were when collected from the camper on October 19th, 2021. Bag number 1 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Ben 1/CSST OCME, Office of Chief Medical Examiner 1. Bag number 2 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Ben 2/CSST OCME 2. Bags number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8 contained human remains, and the contents were examined by Dr. Stephen Shapiro. Bags number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8 were in the same condition at the time of their inspection as they were when collected from the camper during the search on October 19th, 2021. Bag number 3 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Ben 3/CSST OCME 3. Bag number 4 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 4/CSST OCME 4. Period. Bag number 5 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 5/CSST OCME 5. Bag number 6 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 6/CSST OCME 6. Bags number 7 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 7/CSST OCME 7. Bag number 8 was logged by the Vermont State Police as CSST Van 8/CSST OCME 8. Chain of custody of these items is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And 122 is the exhibit number.
Thank you, Judge. And the state would move to admit photographs 81 through 91.
Any objection? 81 through 91 are admitted without objection.
Okay, so you said that the autopsy of Ms. Ferlazzo occurred on October 20th of 2021.
That's correct.
What was the first thing that you did in the autopsy?
Or I should say all of the bags were placed into a transport bag. And the first thing that was done was that bag was documented and then opened, and then each bag was x-rayed.
Okay. What did you discover in the first bag?
In the first bag was a red throw pillow.
And for the record, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 81.
Yes, the pillow, as you can clearly see, appeared to have 2 bullet defects in it.
And was this throw pillow identified as item 1A?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 80 and general the admission as states 80.
That's 80.
Yeah.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson?
No objection.
80 is admitted without objection.
Can you just describe for the jury what this is and the significance?
So this is the red throw pillow seen in the picture, along with the original packaging that it came in.
Was a sample of this throw pillow sent to the lab?
Yes, I believe there was a sample of it. Yes.
And when you saw this pillow in the first bag, did it look familiar to you?
It did.
And why is that?
There was another identical pillow on the couch sitting area of the van.
I'm showing you what states 82. Is that the other matching
Yes,
pillow?
some very similar, if not identical pillow.
And what did you discover in the second garbage bag?
There was a bed pillow, which had a gray pillowcase on it. In between the pillowcase and the pillow was a projectile. And there was also a gray sheet, a fleece sheet in the bag.
Showing you what's marked as states 83.
So this is the gray pillowcase with the projectile on the pillowcase.
Okay. And was this projectile labeled as item 2A?
I would need to refer to my autopsy report if possible.
Would it also likely be on the evidence?
It would,
tag?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 108 for your recollection,
Thank you.
your autopsy report. But I'm also going to just show you what's been marked as 83A.
Okay. Yes, 2A.
So that is the projectile that was located between the pillow and the pillowcase.
Correct.
Move to admit states 83A.
Ms. Johnson, any objection to 83A?
No.
83A is admitted without objection.
And in states 84, can you tell the jury what this is?
This is a projectile that was located within the actual pillow, not the red pillow, the other pillow that was in the bag.
Like a bed pillow?
A bed pillow, yes.
And was that projectile labeled as item 2B or 2B, I should say?
2B.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 84.
Yes, George, give me the pillow.
Yes, 2B.
Move to admit states 84A. Is it admitted, Judge?
I'm sorry,
Sorry, 84A.
any objection? 84A is admitted without objection.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 85. And tell the jury what this is.
This is a cartridge casing, meaning a fired round of ammunition.
I'll show you what's been marked as 85A. And was this noted as item 2C?
C, yes. So it was also located in garbage bag number 2.
Move to admit states 85A.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson? 85A is admitted without objection.
And can you tell us what states 86 is a picture of?
This is the gray pillowcase that was on the bed pillow, located in bag number 2. This is the pillow that that pillowcase was on.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 87A. Jury, what that is?
This is the pillow depicted in that photograph that was in the gray pillowcase.
And anything of significance you can still see?
There is a clear bullet defect in the pillow.
Judge, the state would move to admit states 87A.
Any objection? 87A admitted.
And on the back side of that pillow, and also depicted in states 88, was that?
There, based on the X-ray, there was the projectile we believed was in the filling of the pillow, so that's where I cut into the pillow to find the projectile.
States 89?
This is the fitted bed sheet that was also in bag number 2.
States 90?
These are 2 unfired rounds of ammunition, also located in bag number 2.
And states 91?
This is a projectile that was removed from bag 4.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 91A, and also item 4A.
Yes.
Can you just tell us again what that is?
Yeah, it's a projectile.
And that was discovered in bag number 4?
Yes.
State would move to admit 91A.
Admitted without objection.
And was that item, that last item sent to the lab for testing?
It was.
What else was located in bag number 4, if anything?
Sorry. Emily's head.
And looking at that, were you able to determine Emily's identity?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that?
I recognized Emily from photos.
I'm going to enter stipulation number 8, Judge, states 123.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson? Stipulation number 8. Members of the jury, the state and the defendant, Joseph Palazzo, have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. 8 black garbage bags were collected on October 19, 2021 by Vermont State Police Detective Sergeant Amy Nolan during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. 8 black garbage bags were transported to the office of the Chief Medical Examiner by the Vermont State Police Detective Ben Katz. These bags were x-rayed and further analyzed by Dr. Shapiro at the office of the Chief Medical Examiner on October 20th, 2021. Bags number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8 contain human remains. Those remains were identified as Emily Palazzo, date of birth, July 25th, 1999. Emily Palazzo's identity is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. States Exhibit 123. Admitted.
What did you discover in the fifth bag?
I'd like to refer to my report if I could.
Yeah. And that's, remind me what number that is. please.
That is states 108. Okay, bag number 5 contained a right arm and a left foot.
And what did you discover in the sixth garbage bag?
Bag number 6 contained the rest of the right leg.
And the seventh garbage bag?
Number 7 contained Emily's torso.
And the eighth garbage bag?
Left arm and right foot.
And did you also collect swabs from the remains found in these bags?
From the remains, no. A DNA card was collected to have a sample of Emily's DNA, but the handles of the bags had been swabbed on scene on the 19th.
Okay, I was referring to the DNA card. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Sure. During autopsy, because it's always standard protocol to have a DNA sample of a victim or a decedent on file. So a blood sample is taken, a drop of blood is placed onto a card, and that's called a DNA card.
Okay. And was that DNA card labeled as item 15? Are you able to visit it?
Sorry, yes. Yes.
Okay. And was that sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
When you were examining the remains, did anything about a particular area of the body surprise you given what you knew about the investigation?
Yes.
What caught your attention or what surprised you?
Dr. Shapiro actually drew my attention when he was examining Emily's torso.
Okay. And so did you look for yourself to see what had caught his attention?
I did.
And what about the body did you observe?
Several stab wounds in Emily's torso.
Okay. And what were the sort of approximate location of these stab wounds?
Mostly upper chest, one particularly which would have probably entered her heart.
And any on the backside of her torso?
I believe there were a few on the back as well.
And so did learning of this additional information during the autopsy lead you to search for anything additional in the van?
Yes, so because I was at the autopsy, my partner, Aaron McNeil, had shown up in the later evening on the 19th. So on the 20th, because I was going to the autopsy, he was sort of overseeing we thought we were wrapping up processing, but learning this information during autopsy, the focus then became collecting all knives found in the van, excuse me.
Okay, and so did you have Aaron McNeil go into the van and collect those knives?
He was still working in the van that following day, so we just sort of said, okay, we're now need to focus on any knives found.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
You ready?
Good afternoon. Just a few follow-up questions. And for clarification, you attended the autopsy as an observer, correct?
As an evidence collector.
Okay, but you didn't really have any part of conducting the actual examination, correct?
Correct.
And just a few questions back to the Maple Fields encounter the afternoon, excuse me, of October 19th, 2021. You already testified that when you were walking with Mr. Filazzo to your vehicle, you had observed him seeming as if he might pass out and you asked to put your hand on him.
Correct.
Do you recall testifying in a deposition on November 11th, 2022? No, sorry, November 29th, 2022.
I recall testifying in the depo, yes.
Okay. And in the deposition, you also described him at that particular point as he looked woozy. Do you recall that?
That would be accurate.
Okay. And you also described him as wobbling as he was walking. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that would be accurate as well.
Okay. And also in the deposition, you described him as looking pale and pasty. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. As you were walking with Mr. Filazzo to your truck, did you ever tell him he was free to leave?
No.
Okay. But he was essentially in custody, correct?
No, not at that point.
So if Mr. Filazzo had tried to walk away at that point, though, you probably wouldn't have allowed it, correct?
I would not have allowed it.
Okay. I'm just briefly, when you arrived at the St. Albans Vermont State Police Barracks, there was not an interview room available at that time, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Filazzo had to stand, everyone was standing and waiting in the hallway until the interview room cleared out, correct?
There were 3 of us with Mr. Filazzo at that time in a hallway, correct.
Okay. And you had stated in your report, as well as your deposition, that you offered Mr. Filazzo a chair as well as some water because, as you stated, he appeared physically exhausted and barely able to stand. Is that correct?
Yeah, he was leaning against the wall.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. George.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe a bridge, Judge?
Tomorrow is so we're going to break for today. Tomorrow is a shorter day, but I'm going to ask you to get here a little early. I'm going to ask you to get here at 8:15. I'm hoping to start at 8:30. We're going to go until about 12:30 and then break for the day because we have some things in court I have to do independent of this case. And then we'll start again and might get through the evidence on Wednesday. That's at least the hope. We'll see how things go, but so far we're definitely ahead of schedule. All right. So we're going to release you for today. Same admonition, please, please, please don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't try and find out any information about it or read any news sources of any kind or social media posts. And with that, have a good night. And we'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
All right.
$50,000 cold emails per month on autopilot. Check this out. My man Alex books 200 sales calls.
Been located.
I was aware that likely human remains had been found in a van that was also being processed at the same time at the same facility, but I was not certain whose remains they were or for sure if they were human yet at that point.
Okay. What items of importance did you seize from the van? I'm sorry, from the Jeep.
From the Jeep, there was a Smith & Wesson brand knife inside of a sheath that I found inside the driver's door. And there was also a cellular telephone that was in the center console of the Jeep.
Show you what's been marked as States 93. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a photo of the cellular telephone that's in the center console prior to collection.
And States 94.
That's with the screen activated or the screen turned on is a picture that crime scene took of the phone that night.
Okay. I see part of a 2 up in the corner. Was this labeled as Jeep number 2?
It was.
Okay. Is there any other number associated with this piece of evidence?
There is. There could be several numbers, but I'm specifically aware that this is listed as item number 14 in our software database.
Can you, this happened, I think, once yesterday with Detective Nolan. Can you explain to the jury why one piece of evidence might have 2 numbers?
Sure.
Or multiple numbers?
So State Police, we have a software database that keeps track of all evidence collected or all items collected by the State Police. It's called File on Q. And File on Q assigns a number and a barcode to every piece of evidence that we collect that's individualized. What happens for crime scene processing in cases like this is there'll be several different portions of the scene. There may be an actual crime scene, there may be a vehicle, there's an autopsy, and at each of those events, the evidence number starts over at 1. So there may be the first item collected at the autopsy may be labeled, medical examiner item number 1. The first item in the Jeep will be Jeep number 1, and the van would be number 1. And then File on Q, when those items are put into the database under the same case number, it'll give it one mastered number. So it makes it easy so we can have one number assigned to that piece of evidence for reference purposes, but also I can reference it for days like today in court for juries like yourselves.
Okay, thank you. So this item, once it was put into the master list, was labeled item 14.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's the phone that you found in Mr. Filazzo's Jeep.
Yes.
Okay.
I am a primary care physician. I'm frustrated, and this is not what I signed up for.
I'll show you States 95. Can you tell us what that is?
States 95 is the registration card that was found inside of the Jeep, indicating that the Jeep was registered to a Joseph Filazzo. It also includes the registration plate and VIN number and other information.
Okay. And so is that further confirmation that this Jeep you were searching belonged to Mr. Filazzo?
Yes.
Okay. And was the iPhone that you located brought back to VSP for processing?
It was.
Okay. Was that the entirety of your involvement on October 19th?
Not entirely. After we processed the Jeep, I assisted Sergeant Nolan with some evidence packaging and also entering items into the software database.
Okay. And did you have further involvement in the case the next day on the 20th?
I did.
Okay. And how did that come about? What did you do on the 20th?
The crime scene team, we did not finish processing the van on the first night on the 19th. We wanted to return. We had more work to do on the day or on the next day during the 20th. Plus, we wanted to do more work during the daylight hours. So I returned to process the van to assist with processing the van on the 20th.
Okay. And when you arrived, was the van secured with evidence tape?
It was.
Okay. And so did you take that off in order to re-enter the van?
We did.
While continuing the search of the van, did you hear from Detective Nolan?
I did. She contacted me.
And where was she at the time she contacted you?
At the time she contacted me, she was at the medical examiner's office at the autopsy.
Okay. And did she ask you to search the van for something specific?
She did.
What did she tell you to search for?
She advised me that during autopsy, Emily's body was found to have numerous stab wounds. So she asked us to further look during processing for any sharp objects or knives inside of the van.
Okay. I'll show you States 96. Can you just tell the jury what this is showing?
This is a photo taken by the crime scene team inside of the van that shows a block of knives.
And did you collect these knives?
We did.
Is this just a close, States 97, just a close-up of the same block?
It is.
States 98.
States 98 is a crime scene photo of item number 44 collected from the van itself.
Okay. And did you notice anything of interest on this knife?
I did. During the collection of several of these knives, we noticed that there's reddish brown stains on the knives.
States 45.
States 45 is another knife taken out of the block from the van.
And if you, was a swab of the reddish brown stains on these knives collected?
There was.
Okay. And so on States 44, was that swab labeled as 44A, 44B?
It would have been, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then on 45, was that swab labeled as 45B?
It was.
States 100, can you tell the jury what this is?
States 100 is an image of the knife blade with the reddish brown stains I was speaking of.
And so this is an example of what you would have swabbed and sent to the lab.
Correct, yes.
States 46.
It's an additional knife from the knife block.
And so the swab from this knife would have been labeled 46B.
That is correct.
Just so we're clear, that was States 101, though.
Yes, Judge, thank you. States 102.
That would be crime scene item number 49 from the van.
And again, the swab then from this item would have been 49B.
That is correct.
And States 103.
States 103 is, again, crime scene number 50 from the van, which is a pair of scissors.
And the swab of a reddish brown stain on these scissors would have been labeled as 50B.
That is correct.
Okay. And were all of these swabs sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab for testing?
They were.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Any questions?
Questions? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Harry Jeppy.
Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pain and penalty.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
The eyeglasses industry made billions keeping you in the dark, but this invention is about to change everything. There is a new...
My name is Harry Jeppe, J-E-P-P-E.
And Mr. Jeppe, how are you employed?
I am the physical comparison unit supervisor at the Vermont Forensic Laboratory. As such, I am a qualified firearm and tool mark examiner.
Where is the Vermont Forensic Laboratory located?
The Vermont Forensic Laboratory is located at 45 State Street in Waterbury, Vermont.
When did you start employment with the Vermont Forensic Laboratory?
On the 1st of April, 2004.
And have you been in the same role since you started 20 years ago?
No, I originally started as a firearm and tool mark examiner. And in 2011, I was promoted to the supervisory position.
Can you spell your first name?
Certainly, so. Harry, Harry.
Thank you. Generally speaking, what do firearms examiners do?
We examine every item of evidence related to firearms. With other words, firearms, obviously, fired cartridge components, which include cartridge cases, fired bullets, unfired cartridges, firearms magazines. We also do tool marks, where we compare submitted tools to, for example, locks or padlocks or anything that was used, any implement that was used to break into a home, a screwdriver, for example, used to pry open a window and so on. Those are all considered to be tool marks. We also do chemical distance determinations based on propellant residue, firearms propellant residue. We do serial number restorations. And yeah, that's pretty much covers it.
What's your educational background?
I have a diploma in forensic or in policing from the Technikon of South Africa. I also have a Bachelor of Technology degree from the University of South Africa in policing. I have an advanced certificate in forensic criminalistics, which is a 2-year study program, which I did through the University of South Africa. And it basically, I majored in forensic ballistics. I also did a 3-year training program through the South African Police Service Forensic Ballistics Unit in Cape Town in South Africa.
This might be a hard question to answer, but how many comparisons would you estimate that you have made to determine whether a particular bullet or cartridge case was fired from a particular weapon?
Literally thousands. If we're not talking about cases, I've been doing this since 1998. And I have not only looked at my own cases, but I've also done technical reviews. We have a mandated system of technical review in our laboratory where every comparison that is performed by an analyst is then sort of technical reviewed or verified by a second analyst. So in that sense, I have literally looked at thousands.
Have you testified in Vermont courts in the past?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
More than 40 times.
Have you been previously qualified as an expert, as a subject matter expert?
Yes, I have.
And what's the expertise?
Firearm and tool mark examination.
Your Honor, the state would move to qualify Mr. Jeppe as an expert in firearms and tool mark examinations.
I have no objection, Judge.
It's necessary, but
It's not
in the
necessary,
law,
but I have no objection.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you some questions about general testing procedures. Can you explain to the jury what forensic firearms identification is?
Sure. So a firearms examination, specifically as it relates to the case in question, involves a firearm that is examined to determine if it's in working condition. The firearm is then test fired. Those test standards, which we generate in the laboratory, in other words, the cartridges that we fire in that firearm in the laboratory.
If you're looking for a really neat, inexpensive Christmas gift for your kids or your niece or nephew,
we use those, or we consider those to be our known standards. With other words, those are, we can relate to the firearm because we know the base truth that those came from the firearm. Those we use for comparison purposes. And obviously anything else that's submitted, like in this case, for example, where we had cartridge cases and bullets submitted, we would take those cartridge cases and those bullets, and we would physically compare them to the known standards to determine if they were fired from the same firearm.
And what makes such an identification possible?
When you ignition components, those components will show striated markings or scratch marks, basically, which are the result of the components being in direct contact with any surface inside the firearm during the firing process. So any feature that is latent, whether it's present on the firearm but not necessarily visible through the naked eye, is transferred onto the fired components during the firing process. Obviously, when you discharge a firearm, there's a lot of energy that's generated. There's a lot of pressure. The pressure causes expansion of the cartridge case. That's basically what eventually projects the bullet through the barrel. That interaction between the cartridge case and the bullet, whether it's the container for the propellant and the projectile, that is basically the interaction between those components with the firearm, which at that time the firearm transfers those markings, or the markings are transferred through that interaction onto the bullets and the cartridge cases. By then looking at those scratch marks and the uniqueness of those scratch marks, we can determine, first of all, whether class characteristics are consistent, and secondly, whether individual characteristics are consistent between the fired components and the firearm.
Is this type of identification generally accepted as reliable in the field?
Yes, it is.
When a firearm is used, does it leave markings on a cartridge case?
Yes, it does.
What about the copper jacketing of a bullet?
The copper jacket on a bullet will be marked by the interior surface of the barrel of the firearm, yes.
And what about the lead core that's encapsulated in the copper jacket?
A lead core is generally not in contact with the firearm because it's encapsulated in the jacket, and therefore it is generally not of value for comparison purposes.
So you mentioned this already, but can you explain to the jury what class characteristics are?
Class characteristics are features that are predetermined during the manufacturing process. So the manufacturer decides how the different components of the firearm are going to relate to each other. In other words, the relative shape of the firing pin, for example, the relative shape of the aperture of the firing pin, in other words, where the firing pin protrudes inside the firearm. The location of different components on the firearm, like the ejector and the extractor on the firearm. Also, the machining method used by the manufacturer. Some firearms are manufactured using milling cutters. Some are used through, or are manufactured by using electrochemical methods. Some are hand finished with files, etc. So those are all determined by the manufacturer. When you're looking at a barrel, every barrel has a series of spiraling grooves cut into the barrel. Those grooves are essentially intended to cause the bullet to spin while it's traveling through the air. You want that gyrating motion basically to stabilize the bullet in flight. Those grooves are the width of those grooves, the direction of, or the orientation of the twist of the grooves. Those are all predetermined by the manufacturer. And they are standard not just to one firearm, but to every other firearm that's made to that same specification. Those are what we refer to as class characteristics.
And can you explain to a jury what you mean when you talk about individual characteristics?
Individual characteristics are those characteristics that are unique to a specific firearm. That uniqueness is normally found in wear and tear of tooling that's used to manufacture the firearm, Also, any wear and tear that the firearm sort of incurs, or as the firearm evolves through lack of cleaning or improper cleaning methods, corrosion, erosion. As the firearm's fired, the heat and gases generated by the cartridges inside the firearm also tend to cause a certain degree of corrosion, which add to the uniqueness of the firearm. So yes, those are features that are unique to that specific firearm and normally develop as the firearm is used.
So you talked about your process and getting a known standard. Can you explain to the jury what that looks like at the lab?
So in the laboratory, we have a stockpile of ammunition, different types of ammunition, different calibers, different configurations. When a firearm is submitted for comparison, we would literally take and standard in accordance with our procedure, we would start with 2 test-fired samples. We would take 2 cartridges from our collection or our stock of ammunition in the laboratory, mark those with the last 3 digits of the serial number of the firearm, and then proceed to discharge the firearm and basically test fire it into a bullet recovery trap, which is essentially just a large tank of water.
And then once you get the known standard, can you explain to the jury how you compare that? What tools you use to compare it?
So we use a comparison microscope to do a direct physical comparison between the fired item, or the test fired item rather, and the unknown or the questioned item. A comparison microscope is essentially 2 stereo microscopes, which are connected through an optical bridge. This allows you to view both stages of the microscope at the same time. And you can basically, when you're looking through this microscope and you have the 2 items on the 2 stages, you're able to see the 2 items right next to each other. You're able to superimpose those items and view essentially all the relevant markings on the firearm, manipulate the different items in order to line up markings and to inspect if there's a visual correlation between different markings. And this is essentially how we do the comparison.
So in this case, were you asked to work on a case from the Vermont State Police involving the death of Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you receive from the Vermont State Police?
I received a 9mm caliber Glock Model 19 pistol with an aftermarket Silent Serco barrel with conventional rifling. I also received a Silent Serco silencer, which was compatible with the firearm. I received a bullet jacket, a fired bullet jacket. I received a bullet core, a fired bullet, and a magazine and several cartridges.
Your Honor, I now would ask the court to read stipulation number 9, which is State's Exhibit 124.
Any objections?
No objection, Judge.
This one's a long one. Stipulation number 9, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. All the stipulation. A partial projectile was collected from bag number 4 on October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during Anthony Ferlazzo's autopsy at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. This partial projectile was sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. This partial projectile was analyzed by Harry Jeppe at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when it was collected from bag number 4 on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 30/OCME number 4A. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A2. Chain of custody of the partial projectile is not being challenged. A Glock 19 firearm was collected on October 19th, 2021 by the Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. The firearm was sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. This firearm was analyzed by Harry Jeppe at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when collected from the camper during the search on October 19th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 48/CSST ban number 11. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A3. Chain of custody of the Glock 19 firearm is not being challenged. A magazine and 10 rounds of ammunition were collected on October 19th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. The magazine and ammunition were sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. The magazine and ammunition were analyzed by Harry Jeppe at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when collected from the camper during the search on October 19th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 53/CSST, van number 11A. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A5. Chain of custody of the magazine and ammunition is not being challenged. A projectile was collected from inside a large pillow, parentheses in the pillowcase, end of parentheses, from bag number 2 on October 20th, 2021 by the Vermont State Police during Emily Palazzo's autopsy at the office of the Chief Medical Examiner. This projectile was sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. This projectile was analyzed by Harry Jeppe at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when it was collected from bag number 2 on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 61/OCME number 2A. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A7. Chain of custody of the projectile is not being challenged. A projectile was collected from inside a large pillow, parentheses in the pillow, end of parentheses, from bag number 2 on October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during Emily Palazzo's autopsy at the office of the Chief Medical Examiner. This projectile was sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. This projectile was analyzed by Harry Jeppe at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when it was collected from bag number 2 on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 62/OCME number 2B. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number 88. Chain of custody of the projectile is not being challenged. A cartridge casing was collected from bag number 2 on October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during Emily Palazzo's autopsy at the office of the Chief Medical Examiner. This cartridge casing was sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. This cartridge casing was analyzed by Harry Jeppe at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when it was collected from bag number 2 on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 63/OCME number 2C. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A9. Chain of custody of the cartridge casing is not being challenged. A silencer was collected on October 19th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. The silencer was sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. The silencer was analyzed by Harry Jeppe at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when collected from the camper during the search on October 19th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 85/CSST, van number 22. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number 811. Chain of custody of the silencer is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what rate you will give this stipulation that State's Exhibit 124 is admitted in evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Jeppe, I'm telling you what's been marked and admitted as States 79. Do you know what State 79 is?
That is correct. This is a gun box. I noticed my initials on the seals on this box. So this is the gun box that I received evidence in on this case.
And can you explain to the jury what you did as part of your examination of the firearm?
So First of all, when we receive the evidence, we would typically open the box. The box would be sealed by our client agency, in this case, state police. We would open the seals, open the box, and the evidence would then be packaged normally as it is here with zip tied down to the inside of the box in order to prevent it from moving around.
And were you able to tell from this firearm what the make is?
Yes. After unpacking the firearm, I would generally photograph the firearm as a first step. I would then proceed with checking the serial number of the firearm against the submission form to ensure that the firearm that I received is indeed consistent with what was submitted by the client agency. I would then proceed to record all the unique details pertaining to the firearm. That is the make, the model, the serial number, the type of magazine, the safety systems on the firearm. I would check the safety systems in order to ensure that if they in functional condition. I would then proceed with checking the barrel to see that there are no obstructions in the barrel prior to test firing. At that time, I would also determine the direction of twist of the rifling by looking through the barrel of the firearm, but also count the amount of lands and grooves inside the interior profile of the barrel and record those. This firearm I identified as a Glock Model 19 semi-automatic pistol.
And were the safety features working correctly?
Yes.
Is that firearm in the same condition as it would be when it was purchased?
This firearm is fitted with an aftermarket, with other words, not a standard barrel, an aftermarket barrel that I determined to be from a manufacturer called Silent Serco.
I'm showing you now what has been marked and admitted as 79A. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is 79A for the jury?
This is a box magazine that is compatible with the firearm I just handled, and these are unfired cartridges that were submitted with the firearm.
And what type of rounds are these?
These are SIG head-stamped 9mm Luger caliber cartridges.
So I'm now showing you what's been marked as and admitted as 52A. What is that?
This is a Silent Serco company manufactured pistol silencer.
Did you examine or did you investigate whether that silencer can be used on State 79?
Yes, I did.
And can it be used on State
Yes, it
79? How do you put the silencer on the Glock?
The aftermarket barrel is the muzzle of the barrel, with other words, the tip of the barrel is threaded. The silencer is threaded as well. So it's basically like screwing a bolt in. You screw it onto the end of the barrel.
Does it require any special tools?
No, it doesn't.
Did you put the silencer on the Glock?
Yes, I did.
About how long does it take?
I didn't specifically time it, but less than a minute.
Would this silencer be capable of fitting on another firearm?
It would be able to fit on another similarly threaded barrel, yes.
So is it fair to say that it would have to fit onto a firearm that had this aftermarket barrel?
It will only fit on a firearm that is consistent with the caliber designation of this silencer, and that basically this silencer can screw onto. It does not necessarily have to be the same manufacturer. There are actually other manufacturers that who manufacture aftermarket barrels that are threaded with the same thread pattern as found on this Silent Serco silencer, and therefore, strictly speaking, this silencer would also fit on those barrels. But yes, certainly it would fit on the Silent Serco aftermarket barrel that we have on the submitted Glock Model 19 pistol.
When you were conducting your test fires, did you test the firearm using the silencer and also not using the silencer?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the firearm work properly when using the silencer?
Yes, the firearm performed flawlessly with both the silencer and the without the silencer.
Does a fired cartridge or a fired bullet, does that have different markings on it if a silencer is used?
Not necessarily, but it could. Because of the fact that the silencer is an attachment to the barrel, there are some critical issues that could determine whether the bullet is in fact going to be marked by the silencer or not. Primarily there would be the alignment between the silencer and the barrel. If the alignment is proper between the silencer and the barrel, then generally speaking, the bullet would not touch any part of the silencer as it moves through the silencer. And therefore the silencer would have no effect on it. However, we cannot always sort of ascertain whether it aligns perfectly by simply looking at it. And generally, therefore, in cases like this, we would also fire it with the silencer in case the bullet at some point contacts the silencer as the bullet moves through the barrel or through the silencer, and essentially causes markings that are not that are not directly relatable to the barrel.
So after you test fired the Glock and had your known standards, did you compare known standards with additional evidence that you had received in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm now showing you. What has been previously marked and admitted as 83A. And if you can tell the jury what that is.
This is a 9mm caliber fired bullet core, which I received as item and marked as item A7-1.
And just for clarification, is this core normally encapsulated in a copper jacket?
That is correct. This is not a complete bullet. This is one part of a bullet.
And did you examine 83A to one of the known standards using the comparison microscope?
I did not compare this item. A bullet core does not have sufficient markings for, or any markings for identification. Therefore, I did not do a comparison.
Okay. Is it, I think we already touched on this, but just to be clear, is it common for a bullet core to have markings on it?
It is uncommon, no.
Okay.
Oh, yes, rather.
So I'm now showing you what's been admitted as 91A. What is that?
This is a fired bullet jacket.
And is this what we're talking when we talk about the copper jacketing?
This is the copper jacket, so the core would literally sort of be encapsulated in this copper jacket.
And did you do a comparison with this item with the known standards?
Yes, I did.
And what were you able to obtain results?
This bullet jacket did not have sufficient marking or unique markings for identification, so I was not able to identify it to the submitted firearm. However, the bullet is consistent in caliber, consistent in land and groove widths, consistent in twist direction with the firearm, with other words, class characteristics, as I explained earlier, and therefore I could not exclude it as having been fired from the firearm either. So therefore, my finding was an inconclusive finding. I cannot say if this bullet was fired from the firearm, and I cannot say that the bullet was not fired from the firearm.
Okay. I'm now showing you 84A. If you could explain to the jury what that is.
This is a fired bullet consisting of both a bullet core and a bullet jacket.
And were you able to examine this item and try to make an identification?
Yes, I examined this item and determined also that it was consistent in class characteristics with the firearm, but there were insufficient individual markings for identification. Therefore, as with the other item, I was also not able to say if the bullet was fired from the firearm, or if it was not fired from the firearm. I was also not able to determine if this bullet was fired in the same firearm as the submitted bullet jacket or not.
And that inconclusive result is based on a lack of individual markings?
It is based on a lack of individual characteristics, which I explained earlier, yes.
Okay. And I'm now showing you 85A. What's 85A?
85A was an item which I marked as A9-1. It is a 9mm Luger caliber fired cartridge case with an SIG headstand.
And were you able to do a comparison with this item?
Yes, I compared this firearm to the known standard from the firearm that was submitted and determined that this cartridge case was fired from the submitted firearm.
And is that based on individual characteristics or class characteristics or both?
It is based on both. We start by looking for class characteristics. If the class characteristics are consistent, we start looking for individual characteristics. So that's the sequence. Generally, if it's inconclusive, the class characteristics are consistent, but there's not sufficient consistency in individual characteristics to make a determination. In this case, both the class characteristics and the individual characteristics were in sufficient agreement to determine that this cartridge case was, in fact, fired from the firearm.
So I am going to go back to 84A. When you were examining 84A, did you notice anything about this item?
I believe that this is the item that I removed a piece of cloth from. This item, the bullet had a piece of fabric basically lodged in the nose cavity of the bullet, which I subsequently removed.
Okay, so I'm now showing you what's been marked as states 84B. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is consistent with the piece of cloth that I removed from, or the piece of fabric that I removed from the nose cavity of the bullet.
And when you removed that, did that piece of fabric get returned to the Vermont State Police?
Yes, I returned it to them.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit states 84B.
No objection.
84B is admitted.
I do not have any other questions.
Ms. Jan?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state calls Courtney Ganter.
Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and the dates and values.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name?
Courtney Ganter,
And how do you spell your last name, Courtney?
Ganter.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a DNA analyst with the Vermont Forensic Laboratory.
What's your specific job title?
I perform casework analysis on biological evidence that's submitted to the lab in relation to criminal cases.
Do you have any other responsibilities at the lab?
I'm also responsible for maintaining equipment, reviewing other analyst case files, making sure that we're up to speed with quality assurance guidelines.
Can you please explain to the jury what your educational background is?
Yes. I went to Drexel University from 2000 to 2004, where I obtained a bachelor's degree in biology. And then I went to Arcadia University from 2005 to 2007, where I obtained a master's degree in forensic science.
Did your formal education include the study of DNA?
It did.
Did it involve any hands-on work with DNA testing techniques?
It did.
And prior to your employment at the Vermont Forensic Lab, did you hold any other positions in this field?
I did. Prior to working at the Vermont lab, I worked for the Maryland State Police in their Forensic Science Division in the DNA database unit.
As part of your employment at the lab, are you required to stay abreast of developments in the field?
Yes, we are. We're required to have at least 8 hours of continuing education every year.
Is the Vermont Forensic Lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
And does the lab follow quality assurance guidelines?
We do.
Can you give the jury some examples of what the lab does for quality assurance?
There's guidelines in place that ensure the proper training of personnel, security of evidence, proper procedures for handling evidence to ensure integrity of your results, storage of evidence, making sure that you obtain your continuing education, things like that.
I don't have to, but I would move to qualify Ms. Ganter as an expert in DNA. Can you explain to the jury what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's the genetic material that you inherit from your parents.
Where is it found in human beings?
DNA is found in all nucleated cells throughout your body. And that means that the DNA that's present in your blood is the same as the DNA that's present in your saliva, it's the same as DNA that's present in your teeth.
Is the DNA in all people the same?
The testing that we do, which is called STR analysis, the DNA profiles will be different from individual to individual.
What about identical twins?
Identical twins will have the same DNA profile.
And so you mentioned this STR analysis. What does that stand for?
STR stands for short tandem repeat, and these are small repeating patterns that are found in different locations in our DNA.
Write anywhere with Active Canvas. Kindle Scribe.
During STR analysis, we utilize a commercially available kit that will look at 22 different locations. The number of times that this pattern repeats is called an allele, and the locations that we're looking at are called loci. At each location, you inherit one allele from your mom and your dad, and the combination of the locations that we look at with the alleles that are present at those locations is what is our DNA profile, and that's what we use to make comparisons to evidence in a case.
Are there some basic steps in this testing process?
Yes.
And can you explain those basic steps?
There's 4 main steps. The first step is called extraction, and during this step, we treat our sample with a series of chemicals to isolate the DNA. The second step is called quantitation, and during this step, we estimate how much DNA is present in our sample. The third step is called amplification, and we use a method called PCR, which is the polymerase chain reaction, to make multiple copies of just those alleles that we're interested in at the 22 locations. The final step is called DNA typing or visualization. And during this step, we use an instrument that's called a genetic analyzer. This instrument separates out the alleles by size and location, and it gives us a data printout. This printout is called an electropherogram. It basically looks like an EKG from like a heart monitor. It's a bunch of spikes. And this is the printout that we use to make our comparisons to evidence in a case.
Is this STR analysis commonly used in the United States?
Yes, it is.
And are there controls used in this testing process?
Yes, we utilize controls from the start to the end of the process. And these controls help to ensure the integrity of our materials that we're using, as well as the results that we're getting.
And what steps do you take to deal with potential contamination?
We will generally utilize our controls to help us to determine if there's any sort of contamination. It also helps us to kind of track back and troubleshoot where the contamination may have occurred.
What type of results can you get from a DNA analysis?
There's a few, there's many different types of results. Some of the most common is obtaining a single source profile, which is a DNA profile that comes from one individual. This profile can be used to make comparisons to reference samples submitted from victims, suspects, or anyone else involved in the case. We can also get a mixed DNA profile, which is just a DNA sample that has more than one person contributing DNA to it. We can sometimes use that to make comparisons, but sometimes it isn't of sufficient quantity or quality to make a definitive determination. So we would say that this is for exclusion only. Another result we could get is just no DNA profile was obtained, and that's just due to the quantity that's present in the sample, or lack of quantity that's present in the sample.
Does your, can you talk to the jury a little bit about what population frequencies are?
Population frequency in related to DNA is the frequency of an allele occurring at a given location in a population. We use this data to perform the statistics that we calculate, and it's called a random match probability. And this probability is an estimate of how common the DNA profile is in a given population. So basically assigns a uniqueness to a DNA profile.
Did you receive evidence to analyze in this case?
I did.
Before I have you start talking about that, I'm going to have Judge Pack read a stipulation. So Judge, we have stipulation 125, Exhibit 125, which is stipulation number 10.
Any objection?
No objection, thank you.
Members of the jury, the state and defendant, Joseph Palazzo, have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. A buccal swab was collected from the defendant, Joseph Palazzo's left cheek on October 19, 2021 by Vermont State Police and sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. This buccal swab was analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when it was collected from Mr. Palazzo on October 19, 2021. This item was logged by Vermont State Police as evidence item number 3/CSST number 1. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A1. The chain of custody of the buccal swab from Mr. Palazzo is not being challenged. A DNA card was collected from Emily Palazzo's body on October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during Emily Palazzo's autopsy at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. This DNA card was sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. This DNA card was analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when it was collected from Emily Palazzo's body on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 51/OCME number 15. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A4. A red pillow was collected from bag number 1 on October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during Emily Palazzo's autopsy at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. A cutting from the red pillow was sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. This cutting was analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when it was collected from bag number 1 on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by Vermont State Police as evidence item number 59/OCME number 1B. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A6. Chain of the cutting from the red pillow is not being challenged. DNA swabs were collected from a reddish brown stain on a mattress on October 19th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. These swabs were sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. These swabs were analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and were in the same condition at the time of the analysis as they were when collected from the mattress during the search on October 19th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 77/CCSD ban number 17A. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A10. Chain of custody of the DNA swabs collected from the reddish brown stain on the mattress is not being challenged. A DNA swab was collected from the barrel end of a silencer on October 19th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. This swab was sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. This swab was analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and was in the same condition at the time of the analysis as it was when collected from the silencer during this search on October 19th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 87/CSST van number 22. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number 812. Chain of custody of the DNA swab collected from the barrel end of a silencer is not being challenged. DNA swabs were collected from a saw blade on October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. These swabs were sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. These swabs were analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and were in the same condition at the time of the analysis as they were when collected from the saw blade during the search on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 98/CSST ban number 32A. And this item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A13. Chain of custody of the DNA swabs collected from the saw blade is not being challenged. DNA swabs were collected from a reddish brown stain on the underside of the shower drain on October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. These swabs were sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. These swabs were analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and were in the same condition at the time of the analysis as they were when collected from the underside of the shower drain during the search of October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by Vermont State Police as evidence item number 102/CSST van number 36. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A14. Chain of custody of the DNA swabs collected from the reddish brown stain on the underside of the shower drain is not being challenged. DNA swabs were collected from a knife blade October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. These swabs were sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. These swabs were analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and were in the same condition at the time of the analysis as they were when collected from a knife blade during the search on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 124/CSST van number 44B. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A15. Chain of custody of the DNA swabs collected from the knife blade is not being challenged. DNA swabs were collected from knife blade October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. These swabs were sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. These swabs were analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and were in the same condition at the time of the analysis as they were when collected from a knife blade during the search on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 126/CSST van number 45B. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A16. Chain of custody with the DNA swabs collected from the knife blade is not being challenged. DNA swabs were collected from a knife blade October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. These swabs were sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. These swabs were analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and were in the same condition at the time of the analysis as they were when collected from a knife blade during the search on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 128/CSST van number 46B. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A17. Chain of custody of the DNA swabs collected from the knife blade is not being challenged. DNA swabs were collected from kitchen scissors on October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. These swabs were sent to Vermont Forensic Lab. These swabs were analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and were in the same condition at the time of the analysis as they were when collected from the kitchen scissors during the search on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 132/CSST van number 49B. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A18. Chain of custody of the DNA swabs collected from the kitchen scissors is not being challenged. DNA swabs were collected from kitchen scissors on October 20th, 2021 by Vermont State Police during a search of the camper pursuant to a valid search warrant. These swabs were sent to the Vermont Forensic Lab. These swabs were analyzed by Courtney Ganter at the Vermont Forensic Lab and were in the same condition at the time of the analysis as they were when collected from the kitchen scissors during the search on October 20th, 2021. This item was logged by the Vermont State Police as evidence item number 134/CSST, ban number 50B. This item was logged by the Vermont Forensic Lab as item number A19. Chain of custody of the DNA swabs collected from the kitchen scissors is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And states 125 is in there.
Thank you. Okay. So after hearing that, Jury now knows that you received a bunch of items for testing. Of the items that you received, the first two that was read in the stipulation were a sample from Emily Ferlazzo and Joseph Ferlazzo. What is the point of receiving those kinds of samples?
The point of receiving those samples is to make comparisons from the evidence samples that are submitted in a case.
And to be clear, you don't do any sort of STR analysis on those?
We do. They go through the same process as the evidence samples. They just get processed at a separate time.
And of all the other samples that were mentioned, did you test those samples in accordance with your training and experience?
I did.
And of the items that you examined, were you able to develop a DNA profile from those items?
For some of them, yes.
And was there certain items that, why weren't you able to obtain a DNA profile from some of the items?
Some of the items were just not of sufficient quantity to develop a full DNA profile.
And can you explain to the jury what item that was?
May I reference my report?
Yes.
So there was one sample, item A18, which is a sample from a blade and divot. And that sample, I was unable to develop any sort of DNA profile that would be suitable for interpretation.
Were there any swabs that you analyzed that showed inconclusive results?
Yes, there were two samples that I analyzed that had inconclusive results.
And can you explain to the jury what an inconclusive result is?
As I briefly mentioned before, an inconclusive result is basically saying you're not sure. The data that's present isn't really of sufficient quantity or quality to make a definitive determination.
And what were the samples or what were the swabs that you obtained an inconclusive result on?
Those two items were items A12, which was the barrel end of the suppressor, as well as item A19, which was another blade. And both of them resulted, the profiles that were obtained from both of those samples, when compared to the standards submitted from Emily and Joseph, was inconclusive.
And did you, were there any swabs that you obtained a result that there was a mixture of DNA profiles on?
Yes, those two samples that I just talked about were both mixed DNA samples.
And when you receive an inconclusive result, is it possible for you to rule out an individual from that kind of a result?
The data that's present in those types of samples, you are able to make exclusions if data does not match. In this case, that wasn't the case. Data was consistent, so I can't say for sure who the source of the DNA is, but inconclusive as to their contributions to that sample.
And so of the remaining 6 swabs, were you able to match those 6 swabs to either Emily or Joseph?
The remaining 6 swabs were consistent with Emily.
And as part of your analysis of those 6 swabs, were you able to do a statistical calculation of the profile you obtained?
Yes.
And what was the result of that? Well, let's start with item 46, well, I'm sorry, 46B, which is your item number.
A17.
Yes, A17. What was the statistical calculation on that item?
For A17, which was a blade, I obtained a partial DNA profile, meaning it wasn't a full DNA profile. And the statistic that was calculated that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual that would exhibit that partial DNA profile at only one location is approximately 1 in 51 from the combined population.
And did you obtain a different statistical analysis for the remaining 5 samples?
Yes, I did.
And what was the statistical calculation on those samples?
The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual exhibiting the DNA profile at the full 22 loci that were tested is greater than 1 in 1 quadrillion from the combined population.
What is a quadrillion?
A quadrillion is a very large number, and it's basically the next number. If you're counting by large numbers, you go million, billion, trillion. Quadrillion would be the next set.
And so how many zeros is that?
There's 15 zeros.
What's the world's population?
About 8 billion.
And so how much is a quadrillion beyond the Earth's population?
So to get to a quadrillion, you'd have to take the world's population and multiply it by 125,000.
Can you explain to the jury what the truncation process is on this statistical analysis?
So we report our stats. We don't report numbers greater than 1 in 1 quadrillion for 2 reasons. One, based on our testing and doing these calculations, we recognize that once you have a full DNA profile, your numbers are generally way, way larger than a quadrillion. And that said, once you get to numbers larger than a quadrillion, which is already kind of a big number that's hard to handle, the enormity of the numbers start losing their impact. It doesn't really make a difference. They're just really, really, really big numbers. So we truncate at 1 quadrillion.
And did you get actual numbers in this case?
Yes.
And what were the actual numbers?
I'm referring to my report or my case file, if that's okay. For 4 of the samples that matched to Emily, the actual population, if it wasn't truncated, would be 1 in 18 octillion. So that's a number that has 27 zeros after it. For another item that matched to Emily, and this was only tested, statistics were performed on only 21 of those locations, so 1 less than the other ones. The non-truncated result would be 1 in 4 octillion.
Okay. So to summarize, you were able to conclusively match Emily's DNA to 6 items?
Yes.
And those items were your numbers. Item A10, which was a swab from a mattress.
Yes.
You were also able to conclusively match to the saw blade, which was item A13.
Yes.
And then the reddish brown stain on the underside of the shower, which was item A14.
Yes.
And then 3 saw blades. Is that correct? We have, knives. A15.
Yes.
A16.
Yes.
And A17.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Questions, thank you.
Okay.
Judge, I'm asking for a morning break.
We have to set up technology for our next witness anyways.
We'll take a 15-minute morning break. Thank you.
It's the final hours to get free kids-safe phones and watches in time for Christmas morning. Easy parental controls.
In the matter of State versus Joseph Plaza Jr., we will resume.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Detective Sergeant Carrie Fiore.
Affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth until the pain and
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Carrie Fiore. My last name is spelled F as in Frank, I-O-R-E.
And how are you employed?
I'm currently with the Vermont State Police, assigned to the Technology Investigation Unit.
How long have you been with the Vermont State Police?
Since 2007.
Were you in any prior law enforcement before that?
I was a dispatcher for a couple of years prior to.
Okay. How long have you been with the technology unit?
Since 2017.
And do you have specialized training for this position?
Yes.
What is that?
I am a Celebrite certified premium operator. I have also additional training in mobile device digital forensics. I'm a certified subject matter expert in call detail record and geolocation analysis through LexisNexis. I've also attended additional training for that as well, including a 40-hour basic course and the SME course. I am a member of the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center Law Enforcement Technical Forum, which is a biannual conference where technical investigators get together and we're able to meet with different providers for kind of a Q&A moment with them. I've continued additional conferences in various different types of digital forensics and call detail record and geolocation analysis.
Okay. How often are you attending trainings?
Multiple times a year.
And as a member of the TIU, what does TIU stand for? Again?
Technology Investigation Unit.
Okay. And as a member of the TIU, what are your general duties?
Again, I'm a trained digital forensic examiner for mobile devices, but my primary specialty is in call detail record and geolocation analysis.
And what type of location data do you analyze?
I really deal with two types of location data. One that is comes from call detail records, which is the location information that we can get from our cellular network providers like T-Mobile and AT&T. And I also deal with location information that comes off of devices themselves that are forensically extracted from the devices.
Okay. Can you tell the jury briefly how mobile devices connect to or utilize cellular networks?
Yes. So the cellular network is radio frequency. It's just like the radio in your car, only it's using your cell phone that connects with an antenna from your cell phone to an antenna on a cell site, which is how the device is able to exchange data back and forth. Those cell sites, we kind of traditionally think of them as the big tall towers. That's what we used to refer to them as, that also have antennas. Nowadays, we can see those cell sites really are much smaller and can be on the sides of buildings or on top of street posts. The device is always communicating with the cellular network, and that's really designed so that when a user wants to do something on their cell phone, like make a phone call or send a text message or check the latest TikTok video, that phone is already connected to the network and can do what it's asked to do, and the user doesn't have to wait for that to happen. So as part of making sure that that occurs, the cell phone is always making sure it knows where the best serving cell site is, and the cellular network is always making sure it knows where the cell phone is so that it can provide the best network. When a cell site isn't providing that best quality signal, then it's going to hand off to another cell site, which is going to provide that best quality signal.
Okay, so someone doesn't have to actually be using their phone in order for their phone to be communicating with these towers. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what a call detail record is, a CDR?
So call detail records are business records. It's data and records that the cellular network providers are going to keep in the course of their regular business needs. They do it for a couple of reasons. At a most basic level, it's so that they know what they're billing their subscribers for. How many phone calls did they make? How many messages did they send? At a more advanced level, they're actually using these records because they are assessing where the devices are on the network all the time. And that's called ranging data. We refer to it as distance to tower. And those records are engineering records so that they can constantly assess how the network is performing.
So is there location data that comes from the carrier that is separate from the records that you get from the actual device?
Yes.
Okay. And what are some examples of that?
So what we get from the call detail records are going to be the cell site connections, what cell site was utilized in order to complete an action. And we know where those cell sites are because we get a cell site list from the carrier. The device itself is actually also trying to know where it is at all times, and that's to enhance the user experience. So take, for example, an iPhone. That device is always going to know where it is in space, if you will, so that when the user wants to do something like check the weather in their hometown, it already knows where it is. It doesn't have to wait for that device to figure it out, and then it can load up that right now it's in Burlington, Vermont. From that, there's also additional location information that can come off the phone because it's taking all of that raw location information that we call cached locations, and it's interpreting it, and it will start to apply kind of categorical information to it. For example, all of the raw location information might be here at the courthouse right now. So an iPhone might say, well, this is a significant location to me right now because I haven't moved. I've stayed at the courthouse. It also might interpret where a car is parked, even if that car or that device is not connected with a car. Based on the totality of the information, it might say, well, I was driving and now I'm stopped and therefore a car was parked somewhere.
Okay. So just as that last example you gave, if somebody has parked parked, when you go back in, it'll actually tell you where you parked your car. Is that right?
Yes, you can see some of that information within the settings of the device.
Okay. So then how do you analyze this data once you receive it from the carrier?
So I use a program that's called LexisNexis Accurate Tracks, and I'm able to take the different types and the different sources of location information and process it using this tool. And what this tool does is it creates a map that I can use Google Earth, which is pretty standard on everybody's computer, to be able to navigate through the location information from the different sources. In order to do that, I need those cell site lists that I can get from the carrier so I know where the cell sites are located at. Once I've created those maps, excuse me, I'll validate it to make sure that it's been processed correctly and everything's showing correctly. And then when I conduct my analysis, I'm really kind of looking for a couple of things. I'm looking for how that device is utilizing a cellular network, patterns that it's displaying, times when it's moving versus times when it's not. And that's all conducted through looking at maps.
Okay. And before we get to this particular case, have you been qualified as an expert in geolocation analysis and CDR call detail records in Vermont?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to qualify her as a subject matter expert.
I'll do it if there's no objection.
No objection. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so did you do a geolocation analysis in this case?
Yes.
And what was the time frame that you were analyzing?
I primarily focused in on October 15th through the 19th.
Okay. And why did you focus on those days?
From the cumulative case file, those were the dates that appeared of the most interest. It was also the dates from search warrants.
Okay. And did you create an exhibit for the jury outlining your analysis in this case?
Yes.
Is this it?
Yes.
It's marked as states 115. Judge, the state would move to admit states 115.
Objection.
115 is admitted without objection.
And states 126 is the final stipulation for the court to read. I would move to admit that first, Judge.
So any objection to reading stipulation 11 and states 126 is admitted in evidence? And members of the jury, the state and the defendant Joseph Palazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. State's exhibit number 115 is a PowerPoint presentation that will not be entered into evidence but will be used for demonstrative purposes to aid in the testimony of Detective Sergeant Carrie Fiore. This PowerPoint presentation is based in part on a stipulation to the following facts. Joseph Palazzo's cellular telephone number is 802-355-8485, and the cellular carrier is AT&T. Emily Palazzo's cellular telephone number is 603-540-2955, and its cellular carrier is T-Mobile. Further, the phone records related to 1, these telephone numbers, 2, Joseph Palazzo's iPhone, as well as any 3 Facebook records, all received through valid search warrants, and the authentication of the records and data received from each is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this statement. 126 is admitted.
So Detective Fiore, what data sources did you use in order to create this?
So for this exhibit, I used the T-Mobile records for Emily's number ending in 2955. I used a singular Facebook location that came from the Facebook account Ember.Schwartz. That was also for Emily. For Joseph, I used the AT&T records for the phone number ending in 8485, as well as the device extraction that came from an iPhone, which was evidence item number 14.
Okay. And all of the data that you used for these analysis was gained through search warrants. Is that correct?
Yes, this is a list of all of the files that were obtained via search warrants that were utilized for this exhibit.
Okay. And did you use this data to generate maps included in this exhibit?
Yes.
And what are we going to see? What is the jury going to see on these slides?
So up in the upper right-hand corner is going to be kind of a key. So all of the data from the different sources is color-coded. So anything that's red is associated with those AT&T records for Joseph. Anything that's pink is associated with the iPhone, evidence item 14. Everything that is blue is associated with the T-Mobile records for Emily. As there was only one Facebook location, it is also colored blue, but it is not listed on here. All of the locations of interest are designated by icons. The legend is over on the right-hand side to show what those icons are in reference to. Again, this is Google Earth. This is the program that I use to look at these maps.
Up in the upper left-hand corner is going to be a timeline slider. This is going to move throughout the presentation. It's going to represent the time frame that is being displayed on the map at that given time. For the most part, this is going to be in about a 5-minute increment, but there's a couple of times where it's going to fluctuate throughout the exhibit.
Okay. And looking at the right side, the A, B, C, D, just so the record is clear, they say Bass Residence, Lang Residence, Bear Run Road, and Lemons Residence. How were those determined to be locations of interest?
Through my review of the case file information.
Okay. And you mapped the location data or information from these data sources. So what does it look like when a cell site is used?
So down at the bottom of the screen is a snippet of what the original record looks like. This particular one is from the AT&T records that we can see because it's designated by the red in color. Above it is a snippet or a screenshot of the corresponding cell site list. So when I'm looking at these records, over on the left-hand side is going to be the transactional information. This is a voice call that's showing up here on the screen. There's a date, a time, a to, a from, and how long it lasts. There's going to be a call bubble that associates that same information. The difference is that it's going to be converted into local time, whereas the original record is in time code universal, so it is converted. In the middle there is the IMEI. This is like the serial number of the device. So this is the serial number of the device that was using the AT&T network. During my analysis, I did coordinate this with item number 14 to show that it is the same device. For every cell site, there's going to be an identifier, and then there's that location, like I previously testified to, that we know the locations of them. The location of the cell site is going to be represented by that push pin on the map. That's where that cell site is physically located. There's a line that kind of goes up the middle there. That's called the azimuth. That's just basically the direction that cell site is pointing. These cell sites are pointed in, and if you imagine like a clock, they're pointed at an orientation that's in degrees. And then the red shaded area, this is called the radio frequency horizontal plane. This is something that my tool, Accurate Tracks, will actually map out as well. This is the estimated handoff area of that cell site. This is not coverage. This is the area in which the device likely was in order to use that cell site before it would hand off to another cell site for that better quality signal.
Okay. And what does distance to tower look like?
So distance to tower is that ranging information that I talked about earlier. This is where the network is trying to figure out where that device is at any given time. And it's measured in a variety of different ways. But in this, at the bottom, we have that screenshot of the original record. This is T-Mobile as designated by the blue. That push pin there is, again, that location of that cell site, where it is on the map. Our azimuth is depicted on here, which way that cell site was pointed at that time. And then there's a distance from the cell site. In this case, in this example, it's 3.01 miles away from the cell site. That's what that arc represents. That arc is 3.01 miles away from the cell site. So for distance to tower, what I'm looking at is that device is somewhere along that arc.
So what does the location information from the device look like on a map?
So from the device itself, it's going to be colored in pink. This is an example of a trip. So this is where the device said that a trip was started, and there's going to be that call box with that time that it started, and then it's going to move over to where the trip ended. There's no location accuracy rating for these. It's just a singular coordinate point and the time that the trip started, the trip ended. With these trips, there typically is going to be a significant location visit that corresponds with it. And that is the device saying that I was in this location from this time to this time. So there's a start and an end to the significant locations. There's going to be a couple other types of location information that came from the device, but it's going to look the same. It's going to be a dot on the map.
Okay. So I think those are all the things you said that the jury was going to see. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you conducted your analysis in this case, what did you focus on?
I focused on a timeline of events.
Okay. And is that depicted in your exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So starting with October 15th, can you walk us through your analysis? It looks like the first grouping of time is from 8:31 in the morning through 3:47 in the afternoon.
Yes. So what I saw doing my analysis beginning around 8:30 in the morning is Joseph's device was using that AT&T network, and it was down in that Northfield, New Hampshire area. We can see that the Bass residence fell within the H-plane, or that estimated handoff area of the cell sites that were getting utilized. I saw that it kind of bounced back and forth between a couple of cell sites Again, looking for that best quality signal, but staying pretty much the same. Emily's device had that distance to tower. And in this example here, when it's happening, this is about 11:37, the distance to tower actually crosses. And when I see that, it's called multilateration. The device is somewhere in close proximity to where that device is crossing at. And I saw that that happened in near proximity to the Bass residence. As I continued my analysis, I saw that kind of a pattern emerged between these devices and how they were utilizing their respective cellular networks. Joseph's device kind of was bouncing around the same ones. Emily's device was bouncing around the same ones. About 12:41 is when the evidence item 14, or Joseph's iPhone, started a trip. And that was in close proximity to the Bass residence. There's no location accuracy for that one. It's just that coordinate location. As my analysis continued through, I could see that there was a change in cell site locations for Joseph's device. Emily's device kind of stayed in that same area, but we had that trip stop, or that trip end, for Joseph's iPhone. When that trip ended, there was a corresponding significant location visit. In this particular case, it went from about 12:52 to 12:54 on the 15th. And as I examined it further to see what was down in the area of where that significant location visit occurred, I saw that it was actually a Market Basket shopping center down in that area. So after that significant location visit ended, a new trip was started. And moving forward, I saw that the device moved back to the area of the Bass residence. And that cell site information, again, I kind of saw the changes in the cell sites, and it went back to that earlier pattern that I had seen previously when item 14 was in the area of the Bass residence. This significant location visit was from 13:08 until 15:45 on the 15th. So I saw that that device had been there for a while. And going through the cell site activity and how the cellular network was, it's pretty much the pattern that I saw. These devices weren't moving around. It was the same cell site usage, and I saw the same network activity for both of the devices. And that lasted until about 15:45. Around 15:45 to 15:47 is when I saw a change. Over on the left-hand side, I can actually see that distance to tower has a distinctive change as those distances got shorter. And that occurred at the same time that a trip was started on item 14. So in my analysis, I saw this as the beginning of movement.
Okay. And so were you able to determine where the devices went at approximately 3:47 on Friday the 15th?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like the next timeline you have is from 3:47 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you're going to sort of do the same thing you just did, but for that 3-hour time frame?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So once I saw that movement start, then I began to see both of the devices had a shift in cell site usage over to the west. And this is clear to me that this is now devices that are moving. As they continue to move west, it got a little busy. There was a lot of activity. Depends on the area that they're in for why there might be more, but overall, they're definitely shifting to the west. A little bit, about 4:29-ish, item 14 had a trip that ended. And with that trip ending, there was also that significant location visit that lasted from 16:29 to 16:33. These also fell within the H planes of the cell site usage at the time, corroborating everything. When I went to examine it further to see what was in the area of that significant location visit, I saw that there was a gas station. I believe that this was in the Andover, New Hampshire area. As I continued with my analysis, I watched that cell site usage continue to change. It was a clear pattern of movement between both devices as they started to move to the west. There was a trip that was started on item 14, and then I saw the cell site usage reflect that those devices were moving in the same pattern of travel. They went up to the Lebanon, New Hampshire area. That trip that had started previously is now ended. And I can see that that trip occurs, the coordinate location for that trip occurs in close proximity to where the distance to tower was. A significant location visit was triggered from 1722 until 1729 hours. And when I examined the area further, because both devices were in that same area, I could see it was a shopping center. The location information was kind of in that whole parking lot. There's a Target there. There was a Supercuts. So that significant location visit continued for a couple more minutes. And I could see that the distance to tower for Emily's device was still maintaining that same area. And then the trip was started on item 14. As my analysis continued for this time frame, we're now around like the 17:30 hours. I can see the cell site usage for both devices show that they were traveling, and they were showing the same patterns of travel and movement in the same areas. At about 6:45 or 18:45, the trip ends for item 14.
Okay, thank you. Just looking, we're looking at a lot of data here. Your testimony is that the devices are in the same area, but they don't always look like they are. Can you explain to the jury why they might be slightly different in slightly different spots if they're together?
So the cell site network is based on the respective carrier, AT&T and T-Mobile in this case. They have their cell sites put in different places. So the physical location of the cell sites might not be the same. Sometimes they're co-located, sometimes they're different. But when I'm conducting my analysis, I'm again looking for that pattern, and I can see that the general pattern is that they're in the same areas at the same time.
Okay. And in this case, one of the carriers was it Joseph's was AT&T?
Yes.
And Emily's was T-Mobile?
Yes.
Okay. And you never analyzed Emily's phone in this case, is that right?
Correct.
We didn't, because it was never provided to you.
Correct.
Okay, so this trip appears to have ended at approximately 6:45 on Friday, the 15th. Where are the devices now?
So when I look at this now, about 6:45, that trip has ended. There's a significant location visit. I can see that significant location visit falls along Emily's distance to tower again, showing that they're in the same area. This visit was from 6:45 until 6:57. And when I went to examine the area a little bit further, this is the Waterbury, Vermont area. And I can see that Crossroads Deli is in that same area of where that device was.
Okay, and are you able to tell where it goes from here?
Yes. So they're there for a little bit of time. When that significant location visit ends, then we'll see that trip start, or I saw that trip start. And then there's going to be a shift in the cell site usage. So I can see the trip started. And when I'm looking for movement, again, I'm looking for that cell site location usage. And I saw that shift happen over to the west now. I saw that these devices then were utilizing a cell site over in the Bolton, Waterbury-ish area. But together, the H planes and that distance to tower were showing that they were in the same area. And that trip ended, falling within all of the cellular network data.
Okay, and we see that there is a C in the kind of middle of this red space, and that is Bear Run Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to give anything else on that point?
Yes.
Okay.
So at about 1919 is when that trip ended and that significant location visit started. When I start to look in further, I can see that falls along Bear Run Road. That significant location visit for Joseph's device went from 1919 on the 15th until 12:04 the next day on the 16th. So overnight hours.
And what happened with the devices in the area of Bear Run in that time frame?
So they kind of kept showing the same cell site usage throughout the evening. Again, I'm looking for those patterns, and I'm showing that devices are just not moving around. At 2013 was when Emily's Facebook account had her last message. And so her distance to tower at that time was consistent with that Bear Run Road area. They're not moving around. The cell site usage just kept going on the same and same. At 2139 or 939 is an outgoing message from Joseph's device to the phone number ending in 7611. But the cell site information is still showing that these devices aren't moving around. They're still in the same area. They're utilizing the network in the same way. And that continues at 1014 or 2214 hours is the singular Facebook location information that I had, which when mapped also indicated that the device was in the Bear Run Road area. It fell along the distance to tower arcs from Emily's T-Mobile call detail records. So all of this together is just showing that corroboration between multiple different sources, which is what I use in my analysis. And that same pattern continued up and through midnight.
Okay, so we are now at midnight on October 15th, Friday, October 15th. So it looks like the next timeline event is October 16th from midnight through 3:40 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so what happened with the devices starting at midnight on the 16th?
So the timeline slider is actually going a little slow now. Sometimes it goes fast, sometimes it goes slow. The reason it's going slow is because as I'm going through my analysis, I noticed that I stopped having cell site information for Joseph's device. When I looked into the item 14, I found that at midnight 01, the iPhone was powered off. Emily's device continued to utilize the T-Mobile network. Again, I'm looking at those same arcs. They're static. They're not moving around. They're not changing cell sites. And then at 1 o'clock in the morning is the last time that Emily's device connected with the T-Mobile network. So I went a little bit of time. I did not have any cell site usage for either device. And this continued until about 2:10 in the morning, or excuse me, 1:35 in the morning, it was powered back on. There's a brief little amount of time that it was roaming on another network. So I still didn't have anything mappable until it hit the AT&T network. Once it hit the AT&T network, I saw it was utilizing the same cell sites that it had been before. Again, looking at that pattern over and over again, seeing it the same way that I had been seeing it previously. And then at 2:10, the device was powered back off again. So once it gets powered off, I have nothing mappable. That device is not communicating with the network. Emily's device is no longer communicating with the network, and it just continued that way until 3:39 when item 14 or Joseph's device was powered back on.
In all the data that you reviewed for the full 4 days, did you ever see any other times where the device was powered off or on?
No.
Just between midnight and 3:40 a.m. on Friday night into Saturday morning?
Yes.
After item 14, if Joseph's phone was powered back on and the data resumed, what happened to the device? It looks like the next 3:40 a.m. to approximately noon.
So once the device was powered back on, it showed that same pattern of cell site usage. So it's not moving around, it's not changing cell sites, it's just showing that same pattern. At 7:48, there was an outgoing message from item 14 to the phone number ending in 7611. Again, knowing that cell site usage is showing the same pattern, the device hasn't changed its location while it was sending that message. Moving forward, at 8:02, there was an outgoing message again to the 7611 number from the item 14. During that time, that cell site usage is showing that consistency. The timeline slider is going to open up, and the reason for this is because up until about 12:03, that device was not moving around enough to see any movement. So I opened it up to be able to see that is a static pattern. This is also during the time that from my events that I analyzed that this is when they had gone to Maxie's restaurant, and Maxie's fell within the estimated handoff range or that H-plane of the cell sites that are being utilized. But there's not enough information for me to be able to narrow down the specific location of the device at this time. It's just that H-plane.
Okay, so from your next timeline is around noon on the 16th, Saturday the 16th through 7 p.m. Can you tell the jury what the device was doing during that time?
So at about noon 03 is when I started to see movement. There was a trip that was started from item 14. And then I saw that the cell sites that get utilized are going to shift. And I'm going to see that movement as they kind of move up towards the Franklin County area. And that trip is going to end. Again, that was during my analysis, a clear change from that static pattern of cell site usage to that movement. The significant location visit that happens is from 1301 until 1906. And I saw that occurred in near the location B, which is the Lang residence. So that device was there for several hours at the Lang residence. So during my analysis then, I started to look to see what the network activity was during that time. And I could see that pattern start to emerge again of just kind of the same cell site usage over and over again. At 109 or 1309 is an outgoing message to Emily's number from item 14. And I could see, again, that cell site usage now. That H-plane encompasses the Lang residence. So everything's kind of corroborating itself. There was an outgoing message to Emily's number at 120 or 1320.
So looking at that cell site usage, I'm kind of seeing the same cell site location getting used over and over. At 152 is another outgoing message to Emily's number from item 14. And it's designated in pink to show that that is the source of that information. At 202 is an outgoing message to Emily's number from item 14. And I haven't seen during this time while I was doing my analysis, I didn't see a change in cell site usage. There's a second message to 2955 at 202 to Emily's number. I'm seeing that same cell site usage reflective of the Franklin County area. I don't have anything more specific at this point, but I do have that significant location visit. At 209 is an outgoing call from Joseph's number to Emily's number. See that device is just utilizing that same cell site location. It's covering the Franklin County area. I knew from the significant location visit that the phone thought it was still in the same place. At 235 was an outgoing call to Emily's number from Joseph's number. At 257 is an outgoing message from item 14 to Emily's number. And that cell site usage is showing that same pattern. I know that significant location visit is still in effect right now. So that device is not moving around. And then at a little after 3 is when item 14 had a new type of location information that I was able to map. And this is a parked car location. And this was at 1503. There's no location accuracy, but the coordinate location fell close to the Lang residence up on Meadowbrook Road. So it's all consistent. This is that pattern that I'm looking for when I do my analysis, is everything's kind of showing the same location. The timeline slider kind of speeds up now because it's just the same pattern over and over and over again. And then at 6:55 is an outgoing call from Joseph's number to Emily's number. Around that same time is another parked car location. So that iPhone thought that it had a parked car location. I can see that coordinate point fell within the H plane of that voice call, and it is near the Lang residence. And then kind of moving forward in time, from item 14, I also saw some pictures that were taken, and the data from the pictures, it's called the EXIF data, showed that they were created on the 16th at 1859 or 6:59, and they were of tattoos.
Okay, thank you. Does the device, so this is ending at 6:59 p.m. on Saturday night, does the device stay at the Lang's residence overnight, or does it move again?
It moves.
Okay, so where does the device go next? It looks like you have 6:59 p.m. to 8:38 as the next group.
Yes. So initially it's using that same cell site, and then there's a trip that's started on item 14. And as I was doing my analysis, I could see that during that trip, then I saw a change in the cell site usage. The H planes are now oriented in a different way. So that's showing a device that has now moved. There is also the end of the trip, as well as a significant location visit. That visit occurred from 1915 until 2032. And when I examined it further to see what was in the area where that significant location visit occurred, I could see that it was down in St. Albans, and Twig's Restaurant, Gastropub, was in that area of where that significant location visit occurred. So when I saw that trip happen, I also saw that change in cell sites corroborating that information for device movement. Moving forward in time, there was that change in the cell sites. At 2009 was an outgoing message from item 14 to Emily's number. And then when that significant location visit ended, a new trip was started for item 14. The coordinate location was down in that same area of where the significant location visit was. And then that trip ended and another significant location visit started. And I can see that significant location visit was again in the Meadowbrook area. And that one went from 2038 on the 16th overnight until 1036 on the 17th. So that device stayed in that same area overnight.
Okay, so we are now on Sunday, October 17th. And is there a text message from Joseph's phone to Emily's the next morning?
Yes. So at 8:37, that device was using that same cell site that I saw in the overnight hours, consistent that it hadn't moved. And then moving forward to 8:45 in the morning is an outgoing message from item 14 to Emily's number.
And that text was sent while at the Langs area of the Langs residence. Is that correct?
The significant location visit was still in the area of Meadowbrook.
Okay, and at some point, did the device start to move away from that area?
Yes,
What time did that occur?
around 10:36.
So it looks like the next block of time is 10:36 to 12:04?
Yes.
So 10:36 a.m. until around noon on Sunday, October 17th.
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened with the device in that time.
So at 10:36 is when a trip was started from item 14. And through my analysis, I could see that that device then traveled south based on the cell sites that were utilized. It left the Franklin County area, traveled south, and went down into the Burlington area. And I could see those cell sites started to kind of congregate in the Burlington area. The trip ends, and then a significant location visit was initiated. When I looked a little bit further, I could see that significant location visit fell within the H plane of the cell sites that were getting utilized. This visit went from about 11:14 until 11:58 in the morning. And when I examined it further to see what was down in that area, it was Burlington area. And I could see that Muddy Waters was in that area of where that significant location visit occurred. So moving forward, I saw the cell site usage being consistent, staying in the Burlington area, moving forward. And then when a trip ended and another significant location visit started, it was a couple streets over, but still in the Burlington area. And this trip, or excuse me, this visit lasted from 12:04 until 13:19 on the 17th. And when I went to look further to see what was in the area of where this significant location visit was, I could see that Henry's Diner was in that area. And so overall, while the device was down in the Burlington area, those locations that came out of item 14 were consistent with the cell site usage.
Okay. And at some point, does the device leave the Burlington area?
Yes.
And which direction does it go?
It actually went to the South Burlington area.
And then does it eventually go back up towards St. Albans?
Yes.
Okay. And what time does that trip start?
At 14:03 or 2:03.
Okay, so the next block of time is 2:03 p.m. through 8:12 p.m. on, again, Sunday, October 17th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could take us through starting at 2:03 p.m.
So at 2:03 is an outgoing message to Emily's number from item 14. I've got cell site usage down in the South Burlington area. And then that trip is started in that same area. Again, those H planes are consistent with that device information. And then I could see that those cell sites, again, showed that that device traveled back up to the Franklin County area. So the cell sites that are getting utilized are changing in their locations. The trip ended. And then a significant location visit started at the time that that trip ended. And this visit went from 14:57 until 15:09 on the 17th. And when I examined further to see what was down in that area of where that visit occurred, I could see that this was the Hannaford's Plaza in St. Albans. And again, I could see that that visit fell within the H plane. So everything is showing corroboration between the different sources of location information. A new trip was started, or will be started. And I can see those H planes there. That cell site information starts to change. There's a shift. And then it goes over kind of cell sites over on the eastern side. That trip is ended. And a significant location visit is initiated. And that significant location visit again is down on Meadowbrook. And this visit lasted from 15:20 on the 17th until 15:32 the next day on October 18th.
Okay, so during that time frame, the device is not moving.
The cell site activity was repeated.
Okay, is anything happening on the phone during that time?
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
Yes. So as we move forward in time at 7:59 to 8 o'clock, there were actually 3 outgoing calls from Joseph's number to Emily's number, as well as an outgoing message to Emily's number from item 14. That cell site usage is the same as what I had seen previously. So it's just using the same cell sites over and over again. And then at 8:12 was an outgoing message from item 14 to Emily's number.
Okay. So that is ending at 8:12. It looks like the next block is midnight. Is there anything of interest between 8:12 p.m. and midnight occurring on the phone?
It was the same cell site usage over and over.
Okay. And so we are now moving to midnight on the 18th, so Sunday night into Monday morning, from midnight to 10:25 a.m. Was there any activity on the phone during that time?
Yes. So at midnight 05 on the 18th is an outgoing message to Emily's number from item 14. And this is all occurring during that significant location visit that was on Meadowbrook. The cell site usage is showing the same pattern. At 1:05 is another outgoing message to Emily's number from item 14. Then moving forward, again, I saw the same cell site usage. And I say that over and over again because these are the patterns that I look for in my analysis. At 4:09 and 4:10 are outgoing voice calls from Joseph's number to Emily's number. They're utilizing those same cell sites. That pattern continued. The device is not moving around enough that it needs to hand off to new cell sites. At 9:06 is an outgoing message from item 14 to 2955. Also at 9:06, a couple seconds later, was an outgoing voice call from Joseph's number to Emily's number. This is still all occurring with that significant location visit. That was still going on. At 10:25 is an outgoing message to Emily's number from item 14.
Okay, is that the last, in that span of time, is that the last activity?
Yes.
Okay. So it appears that the next block of time doesn't start until 3:32 that same afternoon. So from 10:25 a.m. to 3:32 p.m., was there no important or no activity on the device?
It was that same pattern of cell site usage.
Okay. And so the next block of time, we are now on Monday afternoon, October 18th at 3:32. Does the device move or have further activity?
Yes, it starts to move.
Okay. Show us that.
So when that trip was started at about 3:32, it was started in the area of the Lang residence. It was on the Meadowbrook. And then that cell site usage displayed that movement. I can see that it started to travel southeast, and it kept handing off to different cell sites. And then that trip ended. That ending trip, there was also a significant location visit that was triggered. That went from 16:18 until 16:37. That visit fell within the H-plane of the cell site that was being utilized at that time. When I examined it further, I could see that there was the Maple Fields, that's in Waterbury, this Waterbury Stowe Road, that was in the area of where that significant location visit occurred. When that significant location visit ended, After a couple of minutes, then a new trip was started, and that device began moving again. And I could see that that device started handing off to multiple cell sites again. I could see that movement as it traveled southeast, and it went down through the White River Junction, Lebanon area, and continued down into New Hampshire. When that trip ended, there was a significant location visit for item 14. It fell within the H-plane of the cell site that was getting utilized at that time. This particular visit went from 1747 until 1758. When I examined the area further to see what was down in the area where this visit occurred, I could see that there was a gas station down in this area. So that movement pattern was pretty clear to me. Definitely a change from that static pattern that I had seen earlier. And all of my data was being corroborated. The device then started to move again. And as I watched those cell sites start to move and hand off, there was another device location information that's going to pop up that falls within those H-planes. And that is sourced to Find My on the iPhone. It is not a stationary event like a parking event or a significant location visit. It's just a latitude and longitude that is sourced to the Find My. So the device ended up traveling over towards that Northfield area, getting into the general area around 625. And then it continued to utilize multiple cell sites. And then at about 6:35 is when I started to see the cell site pattern that I had seen back on the 15th, when that device was in the area of the Bass residence. And that was the pattern that stuck out to me. That lasted up until about 8:15 is when I saw a change in that pattern occur. And then there was a new item 14 location information that occurred. This one was a parking event, a parked car. And this, again, was at 2015. And when I examined the area further to see what was in the area, there's no location accuracy for this one. It's just a latitude and a longitude. I looked down further and I could see that there was a gas station in this area.
Okay, so this is still, we're back around 8:15 p.m. In the area of the Bass residence, is that correct?
It had moved away. The pattern had changed, and that parking car location was in the area of the gas station at 8:15.
Okay, so it looks like you have a next timeline of 8:15 through 11:19 p.m. Was there significant activity during that time?
Yes.
Okay. And did the device stay in New Hampshire or did it leave?
It began to travel and move.
Okay, so you can show us that.
Again, starting around 8:15 is when I saw that change in the pattern to show that device movement. I saw the cell site usage, again, was showing that it just was handing off to multiple cell sites as that device was moving around, traveled up north. Now it's in the Burlington area, and it continued north back up towards the Franklin County area. We're at about 11 o'clock at night. But this time I saw a change from that pattern that I had seen earlier. Now it was utilizing cell sites further east. This was a different pattern than what I had seen back when it was in the Meadowbrook area. This was at 2319, was an item 14. This is again a parked car location. And this fell within proximity of the Lemons residence. That's the icon D there, showing that was consistent with that change in cell site information that I had seen.
Okay, so the device showed an arrival at the Lemons residence at approximately 11:19 p.m. on Monday, the 18th.
There was a parked car location at 2319.
Okay, at the Lemons residence or near the Lemons residence. Okay. Is there, looks like quite a big jump. Is there mappable data from 11:19 through 3:02 a.m.?
No.
Okay. And why might that be, or why is that?
The device was roaming on different wireless networks or cellular network carriers, and that's not anything that I could map from the information that I had.
Meaning there wasn't any cell service? Is that?
There was not AT&T. The device was not able to communicate with the AT&T network. It had to go to a different network in order to have service.
Okay. And so when does the mapped data resume?
At 3:02 on the 19th.
Okay. And can you show us, it looks like 3:02 a.m. to 4:07 a.m. is the final timeline. Can you show us what happens during that time?
So when the AT&T data resumed, the cell site usage resumed, it was that same cell site that it had left off at previously, over on the eastern side, and the Lemons residents fell within the H plane. And my analysis saw that there was that shift in the cell site usage over to the west, went back over into the St. Albans area, and then at about 4:06 is when a cache location started. And this is that raw location data that I previously talked about, that the phone knows where it is. And that cache location, when I examined further to see what was in the area of where that cache location indicated that the device was, and I saw that that was the St. Albans barracks for the Vermont State Police.
Okay. And what happens with the device after that?
It stayed in that same area. The cache locations were consistent with the St. Albans barracks, and the cell site usage overlaid where those cache locations were.
And are you aware of the circumstances that led the device to end up at the St. Albans Police Barracks?
It's my understanding that it was in a Jeep that was transported from the Lemons residence to the barracks.
Okay. Is that the final timeline that you have?
Yes.
So there was no other mappable data after that?
For this, there was mappable data. It just was that same pattern in the barracks.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we all really got the same questions. Like, you unalived her, you stabbed her, you chopped her up, you put her in bags, and then you carried on as if everything was okay, and like you had no idea what was going on. Like calling her, texting her, meeting up with your sister, who she's only there. Y'all only meeting up because she's supposed to meet your wife. And okay, so this is the end of this day. So I'll get us set up for the next day. There to meet your wife who you already unalived. And so, child, we got to see. So that was day 3. So we need to go to day 4. And I believe this is the day that he starts testifying in his own defense, y'all. So this is extremely.
Currently, I'm self-employed.
What do you do as a self-employed individual?
Mostly I do autopsy still.
In the past, have you worked as a medical examiner in Vermont?
I have.
When?
I started doing autopsies up here, I believe it was 1999. I started working full-time October 2001. They made me chief in 2006. I officially retired April of 2021. And then I worked for about a year and a half on a fee-for-service for the state of Vermont.
So in October of 2021, you were doing fee-for-service for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Correct.
Before I ask you about some of those duties at the medical examiner's office, can you just briefly explain to the jury what kind of education and training one has to become a medical examiner?
Sure. Well, I did undergrad in medical school here in Vermont, graduating medical school in 1993. From there, I went to the Oregon Health Sciences University in Portland, Oregon, where I did a combined residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. My last year in Oregon was spent mostly at the medical examiner's office for the state of Oregon in Portland. In July of 1998, I went to New York City, where I did a formal fellowship in forensic pathology. I was hired on in 1999 as a full-time city medical examiner. I was mostly stationed in the Bronx County office. And then really after the towers, I moved up here.
So you mentioned that you were chief medical examiner here in Vermont. Can you explain to the jury what some of your duties were as the chief medical examiner?
Well, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner is essentially a government agency. We sit under the Department of Health. All what we do is derived by statute. It's VSA 5205. Essentially, we investigate sudden, unexpected, or violent deaths related to public health issues. Some deaths required by law, prisoners, mental institution patients. But mostly I did autopsies. We have a big public health component of our work, monitoring, deaths in Vermont. So we did a lot of that.
Thank you. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between cause of death and manner of death?
Sure. Cause of death is an etiologically specific thing. People die of atherosclerosis, heart disease, diabetes. These are specific diseases. Baseball bats, gunshot wounds. So, I always use Abraham Lincoln as an example. If I asked you what killed Abraham Lincoln, you'd probably say he was shot in the head. That's his cause of death. Now, if I was to ask you what changes or alters your biochemistry and physiology of having a lead projectile go through your head, you might tell me things like direct trauma, hemorrhage, shock. All these things are non-specific. Lots of things cause hemorrhages in your brain, whether they're strokes or bullets or baseball bats or aneurysms. So just saying, grandma had a brain hemorrhage doesn't really help us define what killed grandma. So that's cause and mechanism, and manner of death essentially describes the circumstances surrounding the death. In Vermont and most of the country, we only have 5 choices. Most of us die of natural causes. And then we have suicide, intentionally taking your own life, homicide, somebody else did it, accidental deaths. And sometimes we just don't have enough information to classify the deaths in one of those categories. So we have the undetermined category.
Thank you. Approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Honestly, I haven't kept track in a long time, but I'd say I'm around 6,000, the heavier side of 6,000.
Have you performed autopsies of individuals who have died of gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Can you estimate the number?
No, but gunshot wounds are a pretty common thing in a forensic pathology practice.
And have you been trained to determine if an injury is caused by a gunshot wound?
I have.
Were you involved in an autopsy in October of 2021 relating to a body that was discovered in a van in St. Albans, Vermont?
I was.
How did that occur? How did you become involved?
It was my day. When we're in the office, we usually just, at the time, we would, there was only one other associate I had, Dr. Bundock. So we pretty much split it by week. It was my week.
And how did the body arrive at the medical examiner's office?
The body arrived in a sealed trauma bag. And inside that trauma bag were, I believe it was 8 individual black garbage bags containing remains.
Were you, before I talk about details, were you able to identify that body?
We were.
Who was that?
Miss Emily Ferlazzo.
And how were you able to identify Ms. Ferlazzo?
Physical features and circumstances.
As part of the autopsy, was there any toxicology testing done to determine if Ms. Ferlazzo had any substances in her system at the time of her death?
Yes.
Were there any positive findings of significance?
I would say nothing of significance. There were some positive findings.
And what were those positive findings?
I believe there was nicotine, cotinine, metabolite of nicotine. I think there was a little marijuana in there, and caffeine, I believe.
Did Ms. Ferlazzo have any alcohol in her system at the time of her death?
I don't have the report in front of me, but I don't believe she did, no.
If, would seeing your report refresh your recollection on that?
It would.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 113. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Well, this is a copy of my autopsy report. It does not have the toxicology report attached to it.
I apologize. Was anyone else present when you conducted Ms. Ferlazzo's autopsy?
There were several people there, yeah.
At the start of your autopsy, did you do anything with the 8 garbage bags before you opened them?
All of the bags were x-rayed
Were there human remains in those bags?
in some of them.
Which bags contained human remains?
It would help me if I had my report, but I believe it was bag 3 through 8.
And do you recall what was in each bag?
Not off the top of my head, no.
When you were able to open all of the bags, was all of Ms. Ferlazzo's, well, what was in the bags?
There was a dismembered body. All the anatomic parts were there, so it was a complete body.
Did you measure and weigh the body?
Yes.
How much did the body weigh?
There's no way I'm going to remember that, Counselor.
Would say in your report refresh right?
It would. So the combined weight of all the parts we had is 128 pounds.
So just so the record is clear, could Dr. Shapiro indicate what page he's referring to in his autopsy report and that the information is coming from the autopsy report? Thank you.
So this is from my report on page 3 of 7 under the external examination. I have her as an estimated length of 5'3" and a weight of 128 pounds.
Upon inspection of the body, did you observe fatal injuries?
I did.
Can you describe those injuries?
Ms. Ferlazzo had 2 gunshot wounds to her head. The entrances were on the left side, the exits on the right side. She also had multiple post-mortem after death stab wounds.
When an emergency strikes, every second counts. Give to Doctors Without Borders today.
The best things never change. They just get better. Like Hardee's Original Bag, just $6.99.
Before we talk about that, I want to talk about the gunshot wounds. And you said left side. Is that Ms. Ferlazzo's left side of her head?
It would be, and if I could have my report up here, it would make me more comfortable with this stuff. Thank you. Entrance wounds on the left, exits on the right.
This may seem like an odd question, but how did you know that it was 2 separate gunshot wounds?
There were 2 separate gunshot wounds.
When you're viewing a gunshot entrance wound, is there a way for you to tell whether the barrel of a gun was pressed up against the skin?
There are.
How do you determine that?
So when we talk about gunshot wounds and range of fire, how far away the barrel was from the target, really there's only 3 basic kinds. Contact wounds, and this is all based on all the other stuff besides the bullet that comes out of the end of the barrel. There's gases, there's unburnt powder, there's burning powder, there's a lot of stuff that comes out, smoke. So if the barrel is pressed right up to against the target, all that other material goes inside the body. If it's a little farther away, not up against the body, we're able to see those particles that embed in the skin. We call that stippling. Sometimes there's smoke, fouling, and that can give us, if we go and test fire the weapon, we measure what's on the skin surface or the target surface, and then we can do test firing of the weapon to determine a range of depth. If you move past the distance where those little particles and smoke travel, we call that, even if it's only 1 inch past there, none of that stuff is on the target, and all the wounds would look alike after that, whether it's 10 feet away or 150 yards away, because there's nothing there, and there is no way for me to determine the distance wounds, and there are other caveats involved.
Did you observe any of the stippling on Ms. Ferlazzo's entrance wounds?
I did not.
Would the presence of another object like fibers or cloth or clothing prevent stippling?
That was the caveat I was putting in there.
When you're viewing a gunshot exit wound, are there differences in how that appears during autopsy depending on whether the person's skin is up against an object?
There are.
And can you explain to the jury what that looks like?
So when a bullet's fired, it's spinning along like a football, a nice spiral pass. As soon as that bullet hits something, it begins to yaw or tumble. So if it'll go in with that nice spiral, it will make a nice round hole. As it passes through and it's tumbling, goes to the other end, and whether it comes out backwards, sideways, we don't know, and it lacerates. It tears the skin on the way out. If that skin on the exit wound is pressed up against something, when it lacerates out and the skin moves out, it smacks up against, and this all happens in less than a blink of an eye. It smacks up against the surface it's on, and it causes a little abrasion ring around it, which looks very much like an entrance wound.
Does the way that this looks depend on whether the object the skin is against is hard or soft?
It really just has to be a tight, something up against the skin, whether it's a wall, a chair, a bra strap, something that holds the skin together.
So to be clear, there needs to be some contact.
Yes.
Did you observe anything with regard to the 2 exit wounds on Ms. Ferlazzo that indicated whether or not her head was laying against anything when she was shot?
Both of the...
May we approach, please?
I only get one childhood.
Social media is taking it away from me. It makes us worry more. I want my
So, Dr. Shapiro, I just have to ask you if you are going to refer to your report, which is fine, if you could just let us know that you're referring to your report and what page you're referring to.
Okay, well, I don't think I was with those last two, but on page 4 of 7 is the descriptions of the gunshot wounds. And in the 3rd paragraph under gunshot wound of entrance, marked A, in the 3rd paragraph, on the edges surrounding the wound is an approximately 1/8 inch ring of abrasions, parentheses, short exit wound. And on gunshot wound B in the 3rd paragraph, I described it as an approximately 1/16, there is an approximately 1/16 surrounding abrasion, parentheses, short exit wound.
So based on those observations, what were you able to conclude?
That Ms. Ferlazzo's head was against something when she was shot.
Were you able to determine a manner of death for Ms. Ferlazzo?
I was.
And what was that?
It was a homicide.
What is the definition of homicide in an autopsy?
Really, it's a medical definition, but it's really death at the hands of another.
Were the injuries from the 2 gunshots the sole cause of Ms. Ferlazzo's death?
Yes.
So we talked a little bit about this, but I'm going to ask some specific questions. In addition to the 2 gunshot wounds, you also indicated that Ms. Ferlazzo's body had additional injuries. I'd like to talk about the stab wounds first. How many stab wounds were on Ms. Ferlazzo's body?
There was a total of 18 separate stab wounds.
Page number.
That I just added up on the front sheet, the first page, under final diagnosis 2, postmortem dismemberment and stabbing, A, chest 1, abdomen 8, back 9.
Were you able to determine whether these 18 stab wounds occurred before or after Ms. Ferlazzo died?
I was.
How were you able to determine that?
So when you stab somebody or wound somebody in any way, you disrupt the small vessels, the microvasculature. Well, sometimes you disrupt big vessels too, but there's bleeding involved. The bleeding is really a result of having blood pressure. Your heart's beating, your vessels are all having a liquid under pressure. So when those vessels are disrupted, the blood essentially squirts out and causes hemorrhage surrounding those wounds. Ms. Ferlazzo's wounds did not have any evidence of that. Vital reaction is what we call it.
Are you able to determine how long after she died those stab wounds were inflicted?
No.
Were you able to determine what type of instrument was used to inflict those stab wounds?
The stab wounds, all had similar features. Once again, I'm referring to page 5 of 7. The stab wound of the chest had a blunted edge and a sharp edge. The stab wounds of the abdomen all had sharp edges and blunt edges, and so did the stab wounds of the back. Essentially what this is a single-edged blade. If you take a blade, one side is flat and the other side is sharp. Pretty much any knife is like that, or most single-edged knives are like that. So when it goes into the skin, you'd see there's a blunt side and a pointy, sharp side of the wound.
When examining a wound on someone's body, is it possible to determine whether it's a slice wound or a stab wound?
Yes.
And how does a medical examiner make that distinction?
So essentially, by definition, these are what we fall under sharp force or cutting injuries. Incised wounds or slices are longer on the skin surface than they are deep. Stab wounds are deeper than they are long. And in a lot of situations, there's lots of overlap.
And in this case, were these incised wounds or stabbed wounds?
These were all stab wounds.
The one wound to Ms. Ferlazzo's chest, did that cause any other injury in her body?
It did.
And what was that injury?
I'm referring to page 5 of 7, under stab wound of chest. It perforates the pericardial sac, that's the sac around the heart, and causes the 3 distinct defects of the heart.
Thank you. Can you generally explain to the jury where the stab wounds were located on Ms. Ferlazzo's abdomen? I guess to clarify, were they scattered or were they linear?
They were sort of grouped. I described them as grouped, but the group was not, very tight.
And what about on her back?
The same thing.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the dismemberment. How many pieces was Ms. Ferlazzo's body in?
You can make me count.
Page number, please.
Yep. So in bag number 3, this is on page 2 of 7, there was pretty much the left lower extremity minus the left foot. Bag number 4, same page, was Ms. Ferlazzo's head. Bag number 5 was an upper extremity and a foot. I'm on page 3 of 7 now.
May we approach?
Service. What do you guys say?
Happy holidays!
From our family to yours, Seeger Toyota.
Yes.
And what was the conclusion you reached?
This was post-mortem after death dismemberment.
Again, were you able to determine how long after she died that this dismemberment occurred?
No.
Were you able to determine what type of instrument was used to dismember Ms. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
How does one make that determination?
So this was a sharp-edged instrument making I won't even say that, making cuts. And then there was evidence of a serrated instrument used as well.
How does that manifest itself on the body?
So the serrated lesions essentially show abrasions at the cutting edge, which correspond to a serrated weapon. They look like serrations.
I'm now going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 60 and 61. Is this the type of serrated edge that could make the marks that you saw on Ms. Ferlazzo's body?
It is.
And lastly, I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification as 113A and ask if that would refresh your recollection, and I'll ask one final question.
It does. 113A is a 4-page copy of the toxicology report from National Medical Services, NMS Labs, which is the company we use for a reference lab at the office.
And does that refresh your recollection on whether Ms. Ferlazzo had any alcohol in her system at the time of her death?
It does, and she didn't.
I don't have any other questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Shapiro.
Hello.
So you testified this morning that that the postmortem injuries, you could not estimate how long after death these injuries may have been inflicted, right?
That's correct.
You also testified that there was no soft tissue hemorrhaging, that is accumulation of blood at the site of the injuries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in order for that to, for there to be hemorrhaging, the blood has to have continued to flow when the injury was inflicted. Is that right?
Flow under pressure. There is gravity still works on liquid blood, but there was no evidence of vital reaction, Counselor.
And you remember my taking your deposition earlier in this case?
I do.
And we discussed this subject of how long after death you could estimate postmortem injuries having occurred. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you mentioned that there were multiple variables that could affect how long the blood continues to flow through the body. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Humidity was one of them, wasn't it?
Yep.
And temperature.
Temperature.
Yes. So in conditions of high humidity and high temperature, the fluid in the body dries up faster. Isn't that right?
I would say it's the other way. If it's moist, it will stay liquid. If it's the conditions around are dry, it tends to dry faster.
And you have no information about what the conditions were inside the camper at the time of dismemberment, do you?
That's correct. No.
And I did push you to estimate whether it could have been 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 hours after dismemberment, didn't I?
I don't remember exactly, but probably yes.
And you did opine that it was at least 5 minutes after dismemberment because of the lack of soft tissue hemorrhaging. Do you recall that?
I don't, but there was no soft tissue hemorrhaging. That would have happened pretty quickly once you stop having blood pressure and heartbeat. Yeah, I couldn't say with certainty how quickly after death that the postmortem injuries were inflicted.
Could you tell from the autopsy that you conducted whether the stab wounds were inflicted prior to the dismemberment?
I could not tell that.
So you couldn't tell what happened first?
That's correct.
So I'm just looking through your deposition testimony. And so as you sit here today, do you disagree that it could have been 5 minutes after death that these injuries may have been inflicted?
Could be, yes.
Okay. I have nothing else, thank you.
No redirect.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Does the state have any further witnesses?
We do not judge, aside from fixing one of the stipulations. The state has no further evidence.
The state rests.
Yes.
Party want to approach for a moment?
Which sleeplessness,
Mood swings, brain fog.
vaginal dryness. We need to talk about menopause.
Was charged as a first-degree murder case.
Right.
The instructions included not only second-degree.
All right, back on the record in State versus Joseph Palazzo, 21 CR 8967. Took a bathroom break and a collect thoughts break. Ms. Jantz, do you have any motions?
Yes, thank you, Judge. I move under Rule 29 for a judgment of acquittal.
Okay, any argument you wish to make or no?
Yes, let me turn my ears back on. I apologize, Judge. Give me 1 second. The state has failed to prove Mr. Ferlazzo is charged with first-degree murder. The elements are that it was that he caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo, that the killing was unlawful, that it was willful, premeditated, and deliberate. In this case, we heard testimony by Mr. Ferlazzo in his interview with the police that that he was overcome by rage. Oh, he was hot, he lost focus, blurry, a wave came over him. These are indications of passion or provocation. Therefore, I think that there is sufficient evidence that's already been admitted to the court that Mr. Ferlazzo was overcome by passion or provocation. That would make this not a first-degree murder case. And the state has failed, because it's their burden once there's testimony of passion or provocation, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the absence of passion or provocation. There are, according to according to Belaski, 4 things to establish provocation. Adequate provocation, I believe, has been shown. Inadequate time to regain self-control or cool off. I anticipate the state's argument is that Mr. Ferlazzo said that he waited 5 to 10 minutes after he was attacked by Emily before he shot her. There's no testimony that that was enough time to cool off. No testimony whatsoever. The third is that there was actual provocation, and he's testified to that. And that the fourth is that there was an actual failure to cool off.
Isn't it the jury's determination of whether the provocation was so great as to create heat of passion that would not justify but reduce the killing from? And usually, by the way, the instruction given is usually for second-degree murder, because the case law is pretty clear that if you find premeditation and deliberation, you necessarily are not finding great. So I'm sure that's a discussion we're going to have later on when we deal with the jury.
I'm prepared to address that, Judge, in State v. Yo, which was charged as a first-degree murder case.
Right.
The instructions included not only second-degree murder, but voluntary manslaughter.
That's right.
And so it's not, Belaski was a second-degree murder case.
No, I'm not suggesting you may not have a voluntary manslaughter charge here. And the instruction you're wanting for the second-degry murder, I think case law may suggest that that really is a second-degree murder charge, not a first-degree, because there's I think it was the defense lawyer who properly said that there's an inverse relationship between premeditation and deliberation and great provocation and sudden passion. But in any event, that will
In any
figure out
event,
later
Judge,
on.
my motion for judgment of acquittal is based on the fact that there was testimony by Mr. Ferlazzo in the admitted state's exhibit of his videotaped interview with the police that he was under great passion and provocation, and there was no testimony introduced to rebut that in any way, much less beyond a reasonable doubt. That's my motion for
I
judgment.
appreciate it. So it's largely on the premeditation / deliberation pieces as compared with great provocation. Is that,
That's right.
Ms. George, did you want to respond?
Just briefly, Judge, I think that the state's perspective of the evidence is that there was no provocation. By Mr. Ferlazzo's own words, there was no, certainly not adequate provocation. There was, by his own words, more than adequate time to cool off. He first said 10 to 15 minutes, but even giving him the benefit of the doubt, 5 to 10 minutes is more than enough time from the state's perspective, at least for the jury to find that there was.
More options means even more affordable ideas for your bathroom. From Floor & Decor.
Hardee's candied bacon, glistening with caramelized brown sugar, adds a festive twist made.
Adequate time for him to cool off. There was no actual provocation. In his statement, he multiple times says that he was sitting there and she was trying to unfurl his piece, and that he was listening to the rain, and then he decided enough is enough. And not only got up and immediately just killed her, he got up from the couch, he walked over to the closet, he got his gun out, he grabbed a throw pillow, he jumped on the bed, he put the throw pillow over her face after she said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then he not only shot her once, but he shot her twice. I think from the state's perspective, those are all really clear evidence that this was not provoked, and that he had time to cool off, and he made a very clear decision, and in his own words said that it was the worst decision, but that he made a decision to stop her.
Thank you. The court will deny the motion. As parties know, this is on Rule 29, you take the evidence in the case in most favorable to the state. You don't consider modifying evidence at that time. In terms of just because voluntariness of this confession has been assessed, neither party is arguing that for purposes of this motion, but I will note for the record that the statement clearly Mr. Ferlazzo immediately says he wishes to talk to Detective Orris after Detective Orris and I've seen it done very differently, very carefully goes over his Miranda rights with him. Frankly, the court was impressed with the time he took to do that. And Mr. Ferlazzo making it very clear, he said, "I want to talk to you. Let's not beat around the bush." So from a voluntariness, I think again, I just want to put that out, that certainly there's been sufficient evidence shown from which a jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the confession is voluntary. Because I think I have to address that since both parties discussed the statements that Mr. Ferlazzo made to Detective Orris. And then, of course, he admits we have to prove in a first-degree murder that it was Mr. Ferlazzo who caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo. That's not disputed. He shot her twice in the head, that it was unlawful. Shooting someone twice in the head while they're lying down would be unlawful. That it was willful, that there was intent to do it. He stated he had had enough, and he shot her. And the question is premeditation and deliberation, which is the focus of a first degree versus a second degree and or manslaughter instruction. And for premeditation and deliberation, they're independent concepts, but obviously integrated. Deliberate is the ability to think and process and something, and premeditation is to have a plan beforehand. That's very simplistically said, but that's the interaction between the two. Neither can be, deliberation and premeditation can occur over the course of months or can occur over the course of seconds, at least as the Supreme Court has thus far noted and as restated in many courts throughout the country. And so in this case, the evidence of premeditation and deliberation is Mr. Ferlazzo's own words, that he had had enough, that he felt Emily was going to ruin his life, and he didn't think it was going to stop. We don't know exactly what she was saying while she was lying in bed, but his words were that she had stopped fighting with me, was lying in bed, and when I determined enough is enough, I went to the closet, retrieved my Glock. Certainly, that can be a plan to get that can be deliberation. How am I going to do it? And he gets his Glock. Apparently, he gets a red pillow that may have been on the couch. Another red pillow was there. Goes over to her, puts the pillow over her face, and after she says something to the effect, "You've got to be fucking kidding me," he shoots her twice in the head.
You've seen more in your 16 years than most people seen in their entire lifetime.
That is a plan. That is deliberation, or at least it could be thought to be. Obviously there are defenses to that, Ms. Jantz, but as you know, that's for a jury to decide whether either the event occurred too quickly to reduce it potentially to second degree, or there was such great provocation for a jury to think such provocation was justified to the extent of reducing the charge either from first or second degree to voluntary manslaughter. But that's a jury determination. Certainly there's significant evidence from which to find that there was premeditation and deliberation. What no one has discussed yet is the very deliberate efforts he made very soon after the death of Emily to cover up what had occurred. But it could be argued, and I won't go through all of that because I'll leave that to argument later on, but a systematic effort to cover up the death once it occurred. Again, the state and defense may have very different theories as to why that was done, what was going through his mind, but for purposes of a Rule 29 motion, there is sufficient evidence from which, again, a jury could find that those steps are further support premeditated and deliberate conduct, and certainly intent on the part of willfulness on the part of Mr. Palazzo, another element of first-degree murder. So for those reasons, we will deny the state's motion for a judgment.
I understand the court's ruling and reasoning. I do object to the court's conclusion and ruling, and also note that there has been no testimony concerning a motive for any post-mortem injuries, none whatsoever. And so attributing those injuries to a state of mind is not supported by the record.
Well, he did say he was going to take the body and place it, bury it in the woods, I assume. And one could infer that it's easier to bury if they're separate parts.
My understanding is that he actually tells the police that he cut her up so it was easier to carry her.
I mean, so
Neither of those statements indicate the reason behind the dismemberment. They are if. So
I hear your argument, and I
understand.
appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
I just think the inference can be drawn that it was done for the purpose of burying the body. And again, I won't go into other things that may support that, because I think that's really better left for argument of the parties.
And for the jury to determine.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep this fairly minimal but sufficient so as not to suggest any argument to the state, and certainly to more so to protect the defense from any argument I might introduce to the state. So with that, are we ready to proceed? Is the defense planning on having a case today?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Is the court going to ask Mr. Palazzo if he intends to testify?
Yeah, Mr. Filazzo, what choice have you made in that regard? You understand it's completely your choice, obviously done with advice of counsel. You have an absolute right not to testify if you don't want to, and the court, if requested, would instruct a jury. It could not use that against you in any way. You also have an absolute right to testify if that's your choice.
Yes, I do want to testify.
Okay, then are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes.
Lady, you trying to spoil the end.
It's the final hours to get free
Trying to
kids
spoil
safe
the
phones
end,
and
girl.
watches
I don't know what happens.
in time for Christmas morning. Easy parental controls.
I actually did not watch the end of the trial, so. Ooh, he finna take the stand, y'all. Lord have mercy.
Good morning.
What's your name?
Giuseppe Palazzo?
Joseph Relazzo?
Yes,
You're the defendant in this case, correct?
correct.
So Joseph, we're going to take things one subject at a time, okay?
Very good.
How are you feeling this morning?
Very nervous, very anxious, very tired. Yeah,
Okay. Reaches a point where you feel you need a break, let us know, please.
yes.
So let's start with some easy information. Where were you born?
I was born in Pennsylvania, in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Is that where you grew up?
Yes, that is where I grew up. I was there until I think maybe 11 or 12 years old.
Everybody hear him?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Better. When did you move to Vermont?
I moved to Vermont in 2012.
Were you working as a tattoo artist at that time?
Yes, I was.
When did you meet Emily?
I met Emily in 2018.
And to be clear, we're talking about Emily Ferlazzo, who was your wife, right?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
Well, I had initially met her through her friend Lauren. I can't remember her last name. Lauren. Yes.
What were the circumstances?
The circumstances were I was teaching Lauren. She was serving a piercing apprenticeship. She was apprenticing to be a body piercer.
And you were giving her lessons on
Right.
how to do that?
That's correct. Yes, she was. She was apprenticing under me to learn how to do all body piercings.
And was Emily with her?
So when Lauren was preparing to start working with clients, she had a sort of a nervous disposition, and it made it so that she was very shaky. And she looked visually like just to see her, she looked like uncomfortable holding a needle. It was a very shaky hand, and I was like telling her how working with the shop's clientele wasn't going to happen until she was more comfortable. So I suggested to have some friends, people that she was more comfortable around, and
What do you mean?
in hopes that she would stop shaking and would be able to do a nice, steady, precise piercing.
So let me make sure I understand what you just said.
Yeah.
Were you suggesting to her that she do a piercing on somebody she knew?
Exactly, yes, a close friend or someone that she felt comfortable with. So
Okay. And who was that person?
it was Emily.
And that's how you first met her?
That's how I first met her, yes.
And did you have any kind of extended conversation with Emily at that point?
In the beginning of the piercing procedures, it was all business. Really just instructing Lauren where to mark, how to prep the skin, things to look for. My conversation with Emily didn't occur until after all of the piercings had been completed, and then the mood sort of changed a bit. It was a little more relaxed, and everyone could just sort of like chop it up, just chat with each other. And we had started talking, and she was awesome. So we talked for a while, and when she left, I made a comment to Lauren. I said that I was like, that friend of yours is something special. I said I wouldn't mind making her my next ex-wife. Lauren laughed.
You didn't start dating her at that point, did you?
No. I think she was seeing somebody else, and I was seeing somebody else. But we definitely hit it off.
Okay. So how did it come about that you met Emily again?
I had moved to Maine for a little while in 2019. And when I moved back to Vermont in 2020, and I contacted Lauren.
Why?
Requesting, hang out and see what she was doing, see where she was at with things, how her piercing had progressed, and was curious. I had tattooed her before. I was curious if she wanted any more artwork, or if we would just like hang out, do a kickback, and spend time.
Okay, you contacted Lauren. And
Yes.
Did that result in you connecting with Emily?
Well, Lauren was excited. She said, "Oh my God, I would love a new tattoo. I want one. As a matter of fact, I'm talking to my sister who wants one, and I'm talking to Emily who also wants one." So Like, we're all excited. So if you can tattoo us, like, yeah, please, like, come and tattoo us. So that's what happened.
When was that?
That was early summer, late spring. I'm not exactly sure the month, 2020. April, May, June time period.
Okay, so that's when you reconnected with Emily.
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And what happened with Emily after that in connection with you?
Well, I had done that piece of art for her, and I want to say it was maybe a week and a half, or not even 2 weeks later, that I don't know if I messaged her. She messaged me. I'm not sure on that, but what I do know is that she wanted to have more tattooing done. She's like, "Oh my God, like, I really love this tattoo, like, and now I want more." Which leads me to think that she contacted me. But yeah, so that's what happened approximately. Like I said, a week and a half, 2 weeks later, she's back getting more tattoos. I'm asking her how she's been in the last 2 weeks, how her tattoo healed. Her demeanor was different. She told me she had just broken up with her boyfriend. She dyed her hair a different color. She was extremely flirty, and I was receptive to that. I was like, "Wow, like, you really seem like pretty open today." Like, and I asked her if she wanted to go have a motorcycle ride and see a tour of some of Vermont.
And did she?
Yes, she did. Yes, we took a motorcycle ride that evening. Went through the canyon, went through some of the areas down in middle Vermont, and then I returned her. She was staying with Lauren had a boyfriend named Sam at the time, and she was staying at I think it was the place that Sam was renting. So I returned her to Sam's place.
Where were you living?
I was staying with friends. I was bouncing around. I had just come back from Maine, like I said, and I was bouncing between my friend Spencer Lemon's house, which everyone met a couple days ago. You guys met Spencer Lemons. So him and my friend Sarah, who's in the court today, I was staying with her. My friends were hospitable, and they let me couch surf a bit until I got back on my feet.
By which you mean establishing your practice as a tattoo artist so that you could support yourself. Is that what you
That's
mean?
right. Yes, rent is expensive in Vermont for anyone here who rents. So I had to get my finances secure so I could, regain my independence.
So after that night, when did you see Lauren? I keep saying Lauren. Emily next.
The next day.
How did that come about?
Well, after I dropped her off and I returned, I believe I was staying with my friend Sarah at the time, and as I said, I returned to Sarah's and I texted Emily to let her know that I had arrived safely. She asked me why I did not kiss her, and I said, "There's always tomorrow." And then we saw each other the next day, and I believe, yeah, so she had gone over to Lauren was living with her parents. So Emily was staying with Lauren's parents, and we went, hung out, strolled around their property. They had like a hammock. We like sat in the hammock and just like watched the sun go down, just talked, smoked a little marijuana, and just relaxed and hung out.
And after that, did you continue to see Emily?
Yes, I did. Almost every day, almost every single day for the rest of, the whole rest of the summer. Technically Emily was living in New Hampshire with her parents, but she would visit Vermont, like I said, almost every single day. So she would either stay with Lauren or Sam, or she would get a hotel room, or she would stay with me if I would be staying at my friend Spencer's house. So the rest of the summer we were together.
You were together.
Yeah, it was very magnetic. Like, we were stuck to each other.
Magnetic?
Magnetic.
And how would you describe your relationship besides magnetic?
Euphoric.
You were happy?
I was happy.
Why?
We just clicked. I feel like we were both just kind of traveling the same wavelength.
So she's was a good bit younger than you, right?
That is correct.
Did the age difference ever become an issue in your relationship?
If it was an issue, it was really just two onlookers, our friends, some of our friends. had opinions about relationships with an age difference. But to me personally, no, I did not have an issue. We got along very well, and I just told my friends, like, it is what it is. Like, it's going good. So
Everything was good.
right.
And did there come a point where you and Emily decided to get married?
Yes.
How
Yes.
did that happen?
Well, that happened at the end of the summer. I want to say it was somewhere around August. There was finally enough money in the account to afford first, last, and security, and we found an apartment. Actually, she found the apartment. We were looking at several places, and then she had just out of happenstance just found an ad that was recently put on. She called the number. The guy was like actually there. He's like, "I'm here right now. Just come over right now." We just sort of fell into it, and we liked the place. And I said, if you lived in Vermont, we could definitely see each other a lot more. You wouldn't have to travel back and forth to New Hampshire. And she jumped at it. So we moved in together in August. The place was in Essex. And then I want to say it was maybe a month into living there. It was like September. I don't exactly remember what I was doing, or if I had stepped out, or if I had just come back, or if I was working with someone. And then I just remember I came into the kitchen, and she had this look on her face, and I was like, "What's going on with you?" And she breaks out into this huge smile, and she pulls out this ring and a card, and she hands me the ring, and I read the card, and it says, "Will you marry me? Check yes or no." And there's 2 check boxes with a yes and a no next to them. And then I look up, and she's like filming me. And I took the card and I checked yes, and it was the cutest thing. Yeah, I said yes, and that was my first time ever being proposed to. So
you were happy?
I was happy.
And did she seem to be happy?
Yes, she was.
And during these first few months of your relationship, what I've already asked you, you said it was euphoric and you were both happy, right?
Yes, that's right.
What's the matter? You're looking a little.
Yeah, I'm feeling very emotional right now.
What's bothering you?
I miss her.
Let me know when you're ready to start again.
I'm okay.
You're okay?
I'm okay.
So you said that
Yes.
in September,
In September,
you and she decided to get married.
that's right.
And when did you get married?
We got married on October 10th, 2020. So what happened is we sat down and had a conversation about what dates we thought were going to work. And after the conversation, I reached out to a friend of mine by the name of Teresa, who was an ordained minister. And when I messaged Teresa, I said, "Hey, can I call you? Can we talk?" So I call her and I asked her if she'd be interested in marrying Emily and I. And she said that she would happily do it. And I told her the dates, and she's like, "Yeah, like that's a couple weeks away. Like let's go for it." So we did. We got married
Where?
in Burlington.
Well, we've seen the photo, your wedding photo.
Yes. I saw it. Was it yesterday or?
Your connections to the past are waiting. Get Ancestry DNA for only $39.
Since all this happened, I haven't been able to remember her. And that was like one of the first times I saw that picture, and
How did it make you feel?
it hit hard. But yeah,
Why did it hit you so hard?
we were so happy. And you had said something to me the other day about our lives have a trajectory, and standing on that dock.
I'm going to object. This is a non-responsive answer.
I'm going to allow it.
Thank you. You can, standing on that.
Yeah, standing on that dock and looking at where I am now, like it just makes me very emotional.
Well, what emotions does it arouse in you?
Sadness and depression and just pain, heartache. Yep.
Okay, so you got married
Yes,
in
we did.
Burlington.
Yes, we got married in Burlington.
It looked from the photo that you were down at the waterside.
We were actually, we had snuck out onto one of the floating docks, and we were in Lake Champlain. And we had a small ceremony. It was Teresa, Emily, myself, and Lauren.
That was it.
That was it.
Okay, and I think you said you had rented the apartment in Essex.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So how did things go with your relationship after you got married?
It was pretty normal stuff. From the summertime,
Stop you because normal is different for each person.
normal is different from person to person.
What do you mean? It was
So,
normal stuff.
well, in the summertime, when we started seeing each other, both of us were working a lot less. And then as it came into fall, she had gotten a job at UVM as a CNA, and she was working more, and I took the opportunity to work more. And
And let me just stop you. Were you working at a tattoo shop at this point or working self-employed?
I was self-employed, and
So where did you do the tattoos?
I did tattooing at the apartment in Essex. It was very large, and one of the rooms had lots of big windows. So it was a great room to set up as a studio.
Did there come a time when surveillance camera was installed in that room?
Yes. After some time of Emily observing me working with clients, she thought it'd be a good idea if she were to get a ring
camera.
A ring camera for the studio room.
Why?
Well, to keep an eye in case anything happened, if anyone were to like pass out, or if I was to flirt with a client, or say something got stolen on a bathroom break, just reasons for having a security like a surveillance camera.
Okay, so I interrupted you. You said that you and she both started working more.
Right.
And in terms of your relationship, how did it go?
Well, so our relationship started out as a lot of relationships do, and it was more of just like a verbal contract, right? And by that I mean like what we're gonna do, what we're not gonna do. I apologize for interrupting. I'm specifically asking if your relationship continued as happy as it was in the beginning. Well, I think what I'm getting at is the relationship had changed a little bit from when I met her, I was polyamorous, and then she asked me to be monogamous, and I said that I would be monogamous with a polyamorous clause. After the monogamy had run its course, then we would just switch to polyamory.
Were you monogamous for the most part during your marriage with Emily?
I was monogamous for the duration of the summer of 2020, and when we started seeing other people is when we switched over to a polyamorous relationship.
So let me ask you this. Was this polyamorous, monogamous, a source of tension between you and Emily?
Well, the source of tension was that with polyamory, you have to be very communicative. Like you have to talk to each other. I'm going to be here with so-and-so. I'm going to be there with so-and-so, right? Like just who I'm going to be with, where I'm going to be. Just safe practices all around, using protection so everyone can, stay in good health.
It sounds like this is not something Emily would have chosen, correct?
Well, I want to say that it was her idea to be monogamous because she did say to me, I don't want to share you and I don't want you to share me, which I said, that's only going to last so long until you find someone that you're interested in. And then I will find someone that I'm interested in. And then we'll just have, whether it's group interactions or if it's separate interactions.
Putting aside this tension that may or may not have existed about the sexuality of your and Emily's relationship,
right?
How did the rest of your relationship go with her?
Well, there was obvious flaws to the communication breakdown, and it started to spur arguments. I left my device open for her to see who I was talking to.
Your phone.
My phone.
Yes.
And it led to it led to violence and
explain what you mean.
Physical abuse started coming into our relationship, where she would go through my phone and then respond by beating on me.
Do you remember the first time that may have happened?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about that, please.
Well, I put my phone on the charger, and she invited me to watch a season of whatever show that she was binging, so that we would sort of both be versed in the show and we could sort of talk about it. So I said, yeah, I'll watch this show, and we'll talk about it later. So she wandered off and took my phone, gave it an examination. And when she came back from the examination, I was still sitting in a chair in front of the television, and she walked up to me and she threw my phone, and it hit me in the side of my face. And I turned to look at her, and she just started in with like a flurry of like punches, just hitting me in my head.
Closed hand?
Yeah, closed fists.
What side of your head? Both fists?
She was on my right side. Yeah, both fists. Yeah.
So first she threw your phone at you, and it hit you in the head?
Yeah, right here.
What did you do?
I was shocked. It was the first time that I've ever seen that side of her. So, and then the punches started coming in. So I just naturally like defended myself. I blocked the punches and I sort of find my way out of the chair, and she wasn't stopping. So I had to physically like catch her arms, and I had to hold her arms by her sides until she sort of ran out of steam, just restraining her.
Was she saying anything to you while this was happening?
Yeah, just really, she was really angry. So, you're a fucking asshole. I don't want to, do I have to swear? Do I have to
I want you
quote?
to say what she said.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, she would say, you're a fucking asshole. I can't believe you're still fucking talking to this bitch. You told me you were going to stop talking to her. And it was a friend of mine that I'd known for years. And I told her that I would stop being physical with this friend and that our relationship wasn't going to dissolve because we were friends since 2014. Like, just with respect to the monogamy that Emily had requested, I stop being physical with her.
So Emily was saying that she was angry. Was she angry?
Yes, she was. Yes, she was very angry. Yes, she was assaulting me.
So she was verbally angry.
Yes.
And physically
Yes, ma'am.
hitting you.
Yes, physically.
And did you ever hit her back?
No, ma'am.
So you took her by the arms.
Yes.
And did she calm down?
Yes. After a bit of time, she had calmed down, and when she finally stopped yelling, I opened up communication to tell her that I wasn't continuing a sexual relationship with Victoria, like I had previously said, that it was strictly friendship, only platonic, and there was no reason for her to be upset. Like, her and I were very physical. We were always together. Like,
Who are you talking about?
Emily. Yeah,
Emily,
like
we were-
Emily and I there was no issues where I wanted to, at that moment, like at that time, like I didn't want to be with anybody else.
Okay. And did you ever talk to her at this time, at this instance, about the fact that she had thrown your phone at you and hit you? Did you ever talk about that?
Oh, yeah, actually, yes. I said that. I did. I said that. It's not okay. Like, I don't hit you, so please don't hit me. Like, I grew up in a household where hitting happened, and I don't want to continue that. And her and I had talked about bringing children into our relationship, so I thought that domestic abuse definitely needed to be like cut out of the equation.
What did she say?
Well, she had apologized after some time for her harsh reaction, and we had gotten together and sort of made up, physically, emotionally. I think that we got to a place where it didn't happen again. For some time.
How long is some time? A week, a month?
It was probably a good month, or maybe even a month and a half.
And I forgot to ask you, approximately when did this incident happen?
I want to say somewhere, it was fall of 2020.
Well, after you got married, right? No?
Could have been September, October.
Okay. So fall of 2020
Yeah,
was
fall.
the first time
Yes,
that
right.
you had seen, as you put it, this side of Emily.
Exactly.
And so I just asked you, when, if ever, did another incident occur where you saw this side of her?
Right. Yes, there was more incidents from that point moving forward. And I want to say it was, if we were in September, October, November, yeah, I want to say probably maybe late October, early November, if I'm thinking on the calendar. Hard to say exactly, but there was another instance where I recall I was sitting on the bed in our bedroom, and I was sending a text message. Actually, I think it was an Instagram message. But I was messaging a client that I was interested in more than a professional relationship with, and Emily came in and she saw I was sending like a GIF or GIF, however, and people say it differently. But she had like a short video clip. And when Emily came into the room, she had her laptop computer, and she saw what I was doing, and she assaulted me with her laptop.
What does that mean, she assaulted you?
She jumped on the bed and struck me in the head. Like, she hit me. She had the laptop and she hit me with it
Where?
in my head,
What part of your head?
like the back of my head on the right side, I guess.
Did she say anything?
Yeah, she said things like, "You're a piece of shit," and you, something about pathetic. Yeah, I don't remember a whole lot of other verbiage, but
Did she do anything else physical other than hit you in the back of the head with her laptop?
she tried to. I like scurried off the side of the bed, and
What did she try to do?
she like came running after me. Like, she came like scurrying across the bed, and I just sort of like ran around the perimeter of the bed to stay away from her. You know, I was saying, you know, things like calm down, like let's just talk it out. Like,
When she hit you in the head with her laptop, did it hurt?
yes, it hurt.
Was there any blood?
No, there was no bleeding.
Did it leave like a lump in your head?
Yeah, there was like a lump, like a goose egg.
Did you seek medical attention?
No, I didn't seek any medical attention.
Okay. And how did that incident end? Did she finally calm down?
Yes, she did. She calmed down, and she asked me, you know, why I was talking to this. Well, she used, you know, she said bitch, but I told her that, you know, I had interest, and you know, if she wanted to talk about it further, you know, the door was open for communication, and she actually didn't want to talk about it further. She just wanted to get some food. She wanted to go to like McDonald's and get some food and watch some Netflix.
So it just ended.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when another incident occurred where she became physical with you?
Yes.
How long after the incident you just talked about did the next one occur?
That was probably, there was an incident probably the next month, and somewhere in December, I guess it would be at this point. But yeah, like the next month there was an incident where I was tattooing a woman, and Emily was listening and watching on the Ring camera. And when the client left, she came in, and so I tattoo people on like a fold out.
What does that mean?
Essentially, it's a massage table, but it's like a large padded fold out table that a person will lie on to get tattoos and whatnot. Emily had come into the room and like flipped the table onto its side, like threw it on the floor. I had a workstation set up with a bunch of tattoo pigment. Essentially, people call it ink, but it's you know, different colored tattoo pigments. She like knocks everything onto the ground and comes over and starts slapping me.
Open palm?
Yeah, she had an open palm. She slapped my face, and well, see what had happened is I had unplugged the Ring camera. I was done being watched and scrutinized for my conversation with my friends. So I unplugged the camera, and Emily did not like it, and she came in and assaulted me.
Well, you've described her hitting you on your face.
Yes.
With an open palm.
That's right.
Did
Yep.
she hit you in any other way?
I think there was like some, you know, she like pounded on me with like a closed fist, like on my chest.
Let me stop you for a second.
Yeah.
You are much bigger than Emily, aren't you?
I'm 6 foot, probably about 200 pounds.
And she was much smaller than you.
She's 5'3", about 130 pounds.
So I've asked you a couple of times if what she did to you hurt you. Explain to us how a woman who's that much smaller than you can actually inflict pain.
Well, I think my nervous system is working pretty well because if someone hits me, I feel it and I have a pain response. She hit hard. She wasn't a gentle person. I wouldn't describe her as gentle.
Okay.
So she came in and she said, I can't believe that you're fucking this bitch, and threw everything in the tattoo room around. And you know, she told me she was going to have my license revoked and ruin my business and tell all her friends to not get tattooed by me.
And how did this incident end?
I told her the same thing as I told her before, like, you got to stop hitting me. There's another way to work through this. And at this point, it had been multiple times, and that's when I suggested us getting a couples therapist. So,
and you did?
Yeah, we got a couples therapist. Her name was Dr. Webster, and I was trying to find a way to not stumble across the landmines, so to speak. There was.
What does that mean? Stumble across?
Emily had triggers, and I didn't want to trigger her to make her respond with violence. So I thought working with a therapist would be a good way that I would be able to understand her more. Like I said, we were talking a lot about introducing a child, and I thought if you're going to hit me, you're going to hit the child. I'd seen her kick my dog on occasion, and you know, I was like, I was in love with her, and I wanted to move forward with our relationship and have a baby, and I was scared for the baby. So the therapist was the natural choice. Give us the tools that we need to have a healthy, safe space.
So after you and Emily started seeing a therapist, did she or did she not continue to hit you?
She did. We set up Zoom sessions with Dr. Webster.
This was during COVID?
Yes, this was during COVID. And then also there was Dr. Webster was located in Vermont and then moved to Massachusetts. So also the distance that we just continued to have Zoom sessions instead of going to seek her out in an office setting.
But you said notwithstanding your and Emily having couples counseling, she continued to hit you.
That's correct.
Do
Yes.
you remember the next time that she hit you?
There was an incident that I do remember her assaulting me with a wine bottle. And that time was very strange to me because she didn't say anything. There was no swearing. There was no nothing. Like it was odd. I got a glass of wine.
Let me stop you.
Yes.
Is this the New Year's Eve incident?
I believe so.
And this is what you remember hearing Emily's mother talk about?
Yes, I heard Adrienne talking about that the other day.
Her from
Yeah,
locking herself in her room.
I do remember her locking herself in our bedroom.
So this incident you are now going to tell us about started with you getting a glass of wine.
Yes, I got a glass of wine and I was in the living room. I was sending a message to someone, I don't remember who. And Emily had walked past me, looked at what I was doing, retrieved the wine bottle.
Was it empty, full?
It was like half full.
Okay. Was a cork in it?
Yes. Yeah, she brought it back. I'm sitting on the couch. I believe I'm just scheduling, and she assaults me. She starts hitting me with the wine bottle in my head and arms, and
Where on your head?
in the back of my head.
So I'm going to ask you obvious questions, but did that hurt?
Yeah, it's a wine bottle to your head. It hurts. Yes.
And then you said she hit you in other places on your body with the wine bottle?
Yes. On my arms, I put my arms up to not get any more blows to the head, and I saw an opportunity, so I wrestled the bottle away from her, and I took it and I held it away from her, and I pushed her away, and I said, "Stop hitting me!" And she ran into the bedroom and like slammed the door and locked it, and she didn't say anything. So I go and I try to go in the bedroom to get an explanation, and she's just in there, and I'm yelling like, "Are you gonna explain yourself? Like, what just happened?"
Did she answer you?
No, I just heard her. I guess she was on the phone.
Okay. How did that incident end?
It just ended with her like coming out and being like, "I want a Coke. Will you take me to get a Coke?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Are we gonna talk about that at all?" Or she's like, she gives me sort of like a blank look with like a flat sort of smirk, and just goes and like grabs her coat.
Were there ever any instances where there was a mark left on your face or your body by something Emily may have done?
Yeah, she's giving me black eyes, scratches.
What? Tell me about the black eye.
I was trying to communicate with her about how I felt like she wasn't being.
First of all, let me interrupt you.
Yes.
Approximately when did this happen?
I remember one instance when I believe it was August of 2021. We had gone to an inn, and I had asked her about. I thought. I need a second to recount. Okay, that's what it was. Okay. So I thought that she wasn't being responsible with. So our arrangement, our polyamorous arrangement, sort of requires that we stay safe. I understand that sometimes in the heat of the moment, it's nice to have that spontaneity. But if you're hooking up with other people and you're getting STIs, then that means that I can't have sexual relations until you have antibiotics and they run their course, which is like a week or two. So I thought that she was being irresponsible with her arrangements. So when I told her about it, she like walked up to me and started punching me in my face. And
Closed fist?
A closed fist, yeah. Yep. I think it was my right eye. Yeah, she blackened my right eye. She beat me about the head and neck. I remember like I wear earrings, and I remember my earrings just getting popped out. I was wearing a shirt and a necklace. Ripped my shirt right down the middle. Broke my necklace. My pendant went flying. Started kicking at me. It was just a barrage. Like the punches and kicks just kept coming, and just didn't stop. And she starts screaming at me like, "You don't trust me. Like I told you that it wasn't like that. Like why don't you believe me?"
What did you do after she started hitting you and gave you a black eye?
I had to grab her by the arms, and I remember this incident. She felt, I don't know exactly how to describe it. It felt like she started doing steroids, like or something. Like she had so much strength that I had to hold her so tightly that I almost thought that I couldn't even hold her. Like she was like sweating and flailing and cursing, and it was an event. It was a crazy event. But I had to like hold her down, and I had to like lay on top of her and like hold her down bodily and wait. It was minutes for her to run out of steam.
Did you hit her back?
No, I just held her down and waited for her to cool off.
And when she cooled off, what, if any, conversation did you and she have?
Well, I told her that in the somewhere in the fray, like one of the lamps got broken. The table was knocked over. I think there might have been some like damage to the table, and you know, I definitely suggested that we make another session with Dr. Webster immediately, and I want to say she just gave me a bit of silent treatment, and then when she finally did start talking to me, it was things like, why don't you believe like what I say, like, and I just want you to believe what I say. So I told her that I was concerned for my own physical health, because she would tell me, you know, graphic details about how she felt after intercourse with said individual, and I told her, I said, I don't want to get whatever he has. Like, if I can help it, like, I don't want to do a course of antibiotics. I'm okay with just taking some time away and just take a break.
Okay. In the interview that we've all seen, you told Detective Boris and Richardson that on average, she would hit you every 2 to 3 weeks. Do you remember saying that?
I do. In December of 2020, we had started a project, a tiny home project. We were following on social media a number of couples that were doing bus builds. So that's where you take like a small shuttle, well, actually any size of shuttle bus, or any size bus actually at all. But we chose a shuttle bus. We were looking at vans, initially large vans, but a shuttle bus is just larger. As I said, we're following these couples, and they're traveling around and living out of their tiny homes that they built together. And like it just clicked. It was amazing. Like we were both like saw it and we're like, oh my God, we have to do this. Like said it like at the exact same time. And yeah, it was cool. So we started with a shuttle bus. We went and found one. I purchased it and brought it back to our apartment, and we started drawing up a floor plan and started building a tiny home bus life project. We also started a social media page. We called the bus Roaming Rosie.
It's time for the ultimate test. Up at us house. That means dancing and
So that was the that was the name of the page, and like I think I don't know if I had said this, but we had started following and talking with some of the other bus life people, and just trying to get as much information on it before we really set off into the exacts of how we wanted our bus to be laid out. And so when we start the build, I want to say that the bus is approximately 8 feet wide and 16 feet long for the living space. That's a very close, a very close situation when having to work 2 people into a small space. And there was a lot of times during the build where frustrations would be high, and there was violence within the bus during the build. There was all right. So like there was multiple times, but for example, I was working on laying down the floor, and to make a bit of space, I would work on one end, and I would try to have her work on the other end, so we wouldn't bump into each other. She was applying tiles to the shower and the kitchen area, and she was using like a Gorilla Glue in a caulk gun. I don't know if anybody knows what that is, but a caulk gun is about 14 inches. It's like a metal. It pushes the caulk out of the tube. Actually, it was like a glue. It was like a Gorilla Glue that she was putting on the tiles and sticking them on. And I came and made a suggestion as to how to lay it out so she would have less overhang and have to do less cuts. And I don't know, she was frustrated and started cursing at me that like, why didn't you fucking say something earlier? Like, you're such a piece of shit for just making me do this. I told her, I said, you wanted to do it. And, you know, she just said, fuck you, and started hitting me with the caulk gun.
Where? Where did she hit you with the caulk gun?
Well, I saw it coming, so I put my arm up, and she hit me in my forearm, like the side of the hand and the outer forearm.
Once?
No. This was like probably like 3 or 4 strikes.
And what did you do?
She grabbed the caulk gun, and I told her to go in the house and watch some Netflix or something. Told her it's not okay to hit.
Is that what she did?
Yeah, she went inside and she, I believe she was watching Netflix. I didn't go in after her. Yeah, we were just taking a break to, you know, kind of let her just get her, you know, cool down from her frustration.
So there were periods of time. So you got married in October of 2020.
October 2020.
And over the year that you were married, you've described to us multiple incidents where Emily physically attacked you, right?
Right.
You haven't told us all about all of them, have you?
Oh, they all just sort of blend together. But yeah, it's almost always the same. Either she'll have a disagreement about who I'm going to spend my time with, or if I'm spending too much time in the bus and not giving her enough attention, but it always just ends the same with her running up and you know, punching me, trying to punch me in the face, punching me in my body and in my arms, my chest, and you know, mostly a lot of like arms, and you know, I just block her to keep her back, kicking me, you know, just out, lashing out, just a lot of lashing out. She had expressed to me that she was abused and raped multiple times, and she would have these fits where I think she would like close her eyes and shake, and I think that she was almost like reliving something.
Culture speculation. Saying what
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. I can't really speculate on what exactly she was thinking, but from my standpoint, watching a person with closed eyes shaking before they lash out and strike you made me think that way.
So you never contacted the police about any of the times that she assaulted you?
No, it's not their business.
Not their business. That's a motto that you live your life by, isn't it?
I'm an independent person. I'm a very private person. I don't want to dump my crap on other people.
Where did you learn this philosophy?
Growing up in the city, I'm from Pennsylvania. I lived in a city called Reading for a while. I lived in Philadelphia for a while. I lived in Lancaster for a while. I lived in Allentown for a while. These are all very populated cities when comparing to Vermont, which our biggest city in Vermont is Burlington, which isn't, it's not even an eighth of like the smallest city in Pennsylvania. So, you know, when you grow up in the city, you mind your own business.
Was this something that your family believed?
Yes.
And from whom did you hear this philosophy of nobody's business, keep it in the family?
My whole family, grandparents, parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, like we all just, you know, what happens here stays here.
And you said earlier this morning that you were physically abused yourself growing up. Who was the person who?
Hard to say age, but I'm gonna probably estimate maybe between 6 and 8 years old. I was at school. It was a public school in Pennsylvania, and I had some bruising that one of the teachers had seen, and I got called into the office where I was questioned about my bruises, and the teacher or guidance counselor or whoever it was had said that.
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
You can't say what they told you. What you can tell us is what happened.
There was bruises on me, and they said that they were going
Objection,
to.
Your Honor.
You can't say what other people said.
Oh.
You can only tell us what happened as a result of this.
Okay, so my family was notified that Child Protective Services.
Okay. So you were hit as a child.
Yes.
Were you ever taken out of the home as a result of
Objection,
this?
Your Honor.
It's a statement.
I'll withdraw the question.
It's a statement.
No.
You don't have to answer.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, so.
Can we approach?
Yeah.
So I think you already testified that it was from your family and you're growing up in cities.
Right.
You learned what happens in the family stays in the family.
That's right.
And that's why you never called police or any other authorities
Right.
about what was happening to you from Emily's hitting you.
That's right.
I think it's been testified, but I want to ask you directly. You and Emily considered divorcing at various times over the year that you were married. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Both of you individually?
Yes.
You saw an attorney about getting a divorce?
I never saw an attorney.
Oh, okay. But you thought about it?
Yeah. So, well, I had gone and gotten papers from the courthouse multiple times.
You did?
Yes.
And do you know if Emily ever considered divorce?
Sometimes I would be pushing for it. Sometimes she would be pushing for it. We always would reconcile.
Okay. Why did you consider divorce?
Well, I wanted her to be more responsible with her financial obligations. I wanted her to pay for her own vehicle, her own insurance, her own cell phone plan, her own credit cards. I said I was fine paying for the food, but she had to step up and pay her bills that she came into the relationship with.
So you didn't mention that her hitting you was the reason why you might want to get a divorce, did you?
No, she never hurt me.
Well, you told us that she hurt you.
Well, she never caused severe physical injury that I wasn't going to recover from. It was just kind of normal stuff. Like I got hit when she got frustrated, and I was trying to figure out ways that we could work on her triggers. So we worked with the therapist. We did things like have pillow fights instead. Like I would just give her a pillow to hit me with, or hit Remy with, because she could swing away and she wasn't going to hurt us with a pillow.
So you just testified that it was normal for to lash out physically when a person gets frustrated.
Or it might not be normal for everyone, but most of my relationships, the women in my life have been aggressive and I guess I could say physically abusive.
So you tolerated being hit?
Yes.
Am I hearing you?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may we approach briefly?
Yeah, she know. The defense attorney knows she got her hands full. Did y'all hear that deep sigh? Because he is saying the wrong things on the stand. Why are you talking about pillows? And that's what I'm saying, Sandy. You first said that you weren't financially stable. Now you saying she ain't. Who got the money?
Okay. So I want to talk to you now about the weekend of October 16th. You ready?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Where had you and Emily been living prior to that weekend?
I've been staying with my friends, the Langs. Well, I've been staying on my friends, the Langs, Sarah and Jason Lang's property. Living in our tiny home bus that we were building. That was some summer going into fall of 2021.
So let me.
And then,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I didn't mean to. Okay. So at some point, I want to say it was like end of the summer, beginning of fall. We had planned to do a trip in our tiny home. I'm going to call her Roaming Rosie. So we were going to take Rosie and have a trip where we would be living remotely, sort of off grid. And there was a plan to put a solar power system into Rosie. Emily was very interested in having the ability to charge her cell phone, so she could watch Netflix and just have some creature comforts while being off grid. So she said she was going to pay for the solar setup, batteries, converters, panels. She said that her stepfather David would assist in installing the solar system.
Physically help.
Yes, but he would. Yeah, she said that he would. She said David will help put the solar system in the bus. So she came to Vermont, and she said, today's the day. Let's go to New Hampshire. And I was like, you haven't even gotten the stuff. Like, you don't have the. I don't think she had the funds at all to buy the solar equipment.
The question was, I want to talk to you about the 16th.
Oh yeah, so I was sorry.
The question was, where were you living at that time?
Oh, so we were in New Hampshire for the reasons that I was just talking about, and
You were just giving us a background of how it came.
yeah, that was.
Let me just finish the question.
I'm sorry.
That you were staying with the Basses.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how long had you been staying with them?
I think that I came to New Hampshire in September of 2021. I remember Adrian saying something about it the other day, and I can't really remember fully, but that sounds sort of accurate. So yes, staying in New Hampshire with the Basses when we left for our trip to Vermont.
Okay. What was the purpose of the visit to Vermont?
A family reunion was the purpose of our visit. My sister, she had come to Vermont for a weekend getaway with her boyfriend, Ariel. And this was going to be an opportunity for Emily to meet some of my family.
So just to remind everyone, because we heard Nikki's testimony, she's about 8 years younger than you.
That is correct.
And so I think you told us you left the house when you were about 16. Is that about right?
That is correct.
So she would have been 8 years old.
That is correct.
And had you been close to Emily in the years after you left your home?
Nikki?
Sorry, I
You mean
didn't
Nikki?
understand the question.
Was I close to Nikki?
I'm sorry.
Objection was not sustained, but I don't think you meant to say what you said. Why don't you rephrase that?
Oh, okay.
I think you said Emily.
Had you been close to Nikki in the years after you left?
I try to keep in contact with my sister. I've always been a huge fan of her. I do feel like an older brother to her. So also she's just amazing, and I did try to keep in contact with her.
When was the last time you saw her prior to this intended visit?
Physically saw her
Yes.
in person. That would be 2018.
So 3 years.
Somewhere around 2018, I believe. Yes, 3 years.
Were you looking forward to?
Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I'm her biggest fan. So I was very much looking forward to seeing her. Emily as well was looking forward to seeing her. She was looking forward to meeting my family. And
So you were both looking forward to the trip?
exactly, yes, we were both very excited to go on the trip. We've been working on Rosie for a while, and very excited to try it out.
So what was Emily's mood the day that you were leaving?
The day that we left to come on our trip,
Yes.
I'm just thinking. Sorry. There's in the morning we woke up. She was happy, very happy, very excited, maybe a little anxious.
Anxious about what?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Palazzo does not know what Emily was anxious about.
That's true. What are you basing what did you observe?
I observed her being anxious to meet my family.
Okay, that's fine. And we've heard testimony that you didn't actually leave New Hampshire until late in the afternoon, maybe early evening. Is that right? Do you remember?
Yes, there was like a PowerPoint that said we left New Hampshire sometime like 3 in the afternoon-ish.
What were you doing during that day?
Well, we woke up in the morning. I remember she made me some coffee. I believe we made breakfast together. And then just sort of putting things away. We were going to drive Rosie and wanted to stow everything appropriately so nothing was going to like fall out and hit her or Remington as we drove.
And who's Remington?
Remington is our dog.
Okay.
Yeah, so we packed everything up tightly to prepare for the drive. We had to move some of the vehicles around. The bus is about 24, 27 feet in length-ish. I don't have accurate, but it's a long vehicle, and there's a short driveway at the Bass's residence that spills out onto sometimes heavily traveled road. Just moving things so we could leave efficiently.
Okay. I know it's a little early, Judge, but I would like to take a break now. We can come back.
With the parties approach so that actually you're hearing what Ms. Chance is saying.
All right, Telegang. So actually, I'm going to stop us here because I think we're at a natural stopping point. And I got to go get my kid from school in a little bit. So we are going to pick back up right here on tomorrow. Let me see what time. Oh, okay. Tomorrow we starting early. We're starting early tomorrow, so I should be online no later than like 9:30 Central. 9:30, 9:15 Central. I will get us a scheduled event out there so we can come back, so we can get back started. Don't leave them waiting. No, she's not out yet, but she's gonna be out pretty soon. So if they stop it, we might as well stop too. So I thank y'all again so much for watching. I hope y'all enjoy our stream. Again, we are doing, you know what? We are watching YSL tomorrow. So we will have to find us a good stream on tomorrow to either see Shannon, Yak, and the final plea hearing for the last defendant. So Yak is at 9 Eastern, which is 8 Central. Oh Lord. So I'm gonna be up and online early. It sounds like here. It sounds like I gotta get my life together tomorrow. Okay. All right, well, I gotta get my life together. So I will see y'all later. You might see me in the comments, and you know what? You might absolutely not. But I hope you all have a good rest of the day. Happy Monday. And bye.